Stream. What up? We're here. We are live streaming to let me go to multi-stream chat. Yeah. Multi-streaming to YouTube today. We're gonna listen to Suno music since we're on YouTube. We gotta play it safe. Nice. Cool. All right, everything's working. Yo, 5 Savage, what's up, dude? Yo, you're just waiting for me to go live? Word, dude. I am, Saturdays are big days. I'm onto YouTube on Saturdays. So we'll see if a bunch of YouTube people show up and if we get a bunch of subs on YouTube. Trying to hit 100 YouTube subs today. We got like 10 YouTube subs the last time I streamed to YouTube. We're at 91 right now. Dude, your real name? Oh, yeah, I think so. Prescott just mentioned it to me the other day. He said you on your 10. You have 10 accounts? What do you do with 10 accounts, dude? Isn't? All right, dude. Your name's Mike, right? I think that's what Prescott said the other day. Dude, what do you do with 10 accounts? Was that right or was I wrong? One for my rap, one for coding, and one for many live streams. Dang, dude. That's a lot to keep up with. I feel like I think I've got like 8 YouTube accounts. I had all these other with them, and then I never did it. Yeah, these are all my YouTube accounts. All right, let's see what we got. So when I stream on YouTube, when I multi-stream to YouTube, you get copyright strike. Careful when you're listening to music, and then they'll shut you down and they'll stop you from being able to live stream. So on Saturdays when I stream on YouTube, we have to listen to music that I'm making with AI all day. So all this music is just, I'm just like pressing the button and I'm just like spitting it out with Suno, the AI. And that way I don't get copyright strikes on YouTube. So it's kind of interesting. It drives me crazy after a whole day, but let's do it. I managed to go live on Twitch. Nice, dude. All right, you guys. Oh, crap. I forgot to put in my title. We're token maxing today. See if I can change my YouTube title. You got 21 views to your first live stream? Dude, that's cool, man. Live streaming is hard. You're going to have very little views for a really long time. If you go look at anybody that is big now, they literally had like 1 or 2 people watching them for all right, dude. Let's see. So 38 followers in the last 2 days. Nice, dude. You're doing something right then. What games are you playing? All right. Hey, yesterday another Claude was working on refactoring our enum to track what state the player is in during the game, like explore, battle, or interacting with an NPC, and trying to put all that in a single source of truth in the and we ran out of tokens. See if you can find this work in the work tree and like pick up where it left off. I think right now the state of whether or not the players in the battle was being tracked in like 3 or 4 different places. Call of Duty Core Fighters and Roblox. Nice, dude. Roblox, you can get a lot of viewers and stuff doing anything Roblox related, man. We should. Dude, I'm not gonna be enriching for a long time, I don't think, but maybe one day. I really like. I like California, dude. It's cool over here. Teach you how to code. Dude, just hang out in the stream. Unfortunately, right now though, man, like I'm coding with AI, so like I don't even look at code anymore, bro. Even today is that when I was talking just now over here, I was talking to the AI to ask it to do the code for me. Maybe in the next couple weeks I'll like start more code, but literally like this game, I built a whole game engine, man, and this whole game engine was built by AI. Like the AI wrote like all this code, dude. It's insane. But if you want to learn how to code, dude, go make a Roblox game, bro. Go make a Roblox game. Go get like a figure out how to make some money, dude. Like get some random job, because I think you're pretty much old enough to get a job, right? And you can get a laptop for like off eBay. Like the laptop I have is only $200. So you could go get like a $200 laptop, man, and just start making Roblox games. If you want to learn how to code, that's the best way to do it. Just like go follow some YouTube to go Roblox games. Dude, you can get a job, man. Aren't you like freaking 16 by now? Dude, you can go get a job for sure. to making $200 for a laptop. Like groceries and food stuff and you have a laptop, right? Oh, you're good then. Yeah, just start making Roblox games then. If you're interested in coding, just go watch some YouTube videos on how to make a Roblox game. Dude, I don't know how to. I've never made a Roblox game, but I know a lot of people that got good at coding, and that's where they started. All right, talk to the AI. Yes, make other parts of the game, the UI controller and the mount system and stuff, refer to the enum value in the player controller as the state he's in, instead of that being fragmented. All right, the AI is going to change some stuff. Turning 17, you're working again? Yeah, dude, work at a grocery store, man. Or something. There's like a few kids that are 16 and 17 that work at the grocery store right next to me. Here in California. Two You're gonna do a 24-hour stream? Do it, man. That's fun. I did a 24-hour stream a couple months ago. Just like drink coffee and stuff. You probably, because you're young enough, but for me, I had to drink a lot of coffee to get through a 24-hour stream. Hey, or the game data structure and some of the logic from this Unreal project that has the Chur24 MCP plugin installed for you to be able to in the project. We need to port it over to this folder we're at right now, which is the custom engine version of the board game. Built chess, but it's more like hard-coded, and we need it to be pulling data about available move sets and stuff for the pieces. Game data instead, so I can start designing more custom pieces. I'm really curious if you're able to blueprint logic that I made. Dude, I hope my mic isn't cutting out again today. Oh my god, it is. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So we're trying to use all the tokens that I have for the AI subscriptions. I'm going to use Claude for doing web development stuff today. All right, let's check on, while we're waiting on this thing, let's check on this. Oh man, the Angel script failed to compile. Hey, we're working on engine performance today. I just looked at the FPS here in the profiler, and it doesn't look like it all adds up to the total draw time. Can you figure out where to add more scoping so that everything adds up? Start and stop the engine on your own and run the profiling on your own. There's CLI commands for it. Until you get all the unaccounted for milliseconds in there. And then we need to figure out how to start optimizing. All right, he's going to work. This one over here, Ori Bioronum. What do you think I learned? C++ or Java for games? C++. What's your goal? If your goal is to have a job eventually, programming on games, absolutely C++. That's what the whole industry uses. Yeah, no problem. All right, we're done using Claude for doing any of the game engine work because it just like it's pretty useless on the $20 plan. It only gets like halfway through a task and then it caps out. Hey, we've got a really bad hitch that happens when combat starts. It starts happening when like the battle UI visibility gets turned on. It's supposed to fade in. It did not used to have this problem. So I don't know why the UI elements are suddenly causing this hitch. Please set up some code so that when we get attacked by the fox and combat initiates, we start profiling. What's up? Vic D Hamija? D Havoc? I'll just call you D Havoc. Bavik Damija. Okay. I hope I said it right. What's going on? We got a real Kick viewer. I've only had like 2 real people find me on Kick. It's usually bots. Yo, thanks for the follow. I'm using AI to program a game engine and 2 games at once. What are these about? They're all AIs. So they're all open AI codecs. So This is Codex. This is Codex. This is Codex. This one was Claude over here. But I'm switching over to Codex for this one. I'll show you the game in a minute, but right now they're working on it. Oh, what are the games? Oh, we're lagging from the game. Whoops, sorry. The game's causing me to lag out. One of them is a board game. Another one is a turn-based game in like a big open world with a 15 by 15 kilometer continent. Yeah, I'll show you the game in a minute. I can show you a screenshot here. So this is a game I made a while ago, and we're making the sequel to it. So it's like turn-based with these like quick time events. And you have like a bunch of cards and stuff that you play. And this is an old screenshot. This is what it looks like right now in the custom engine. It's not. We haven't finished copying over everything from the game yet, but I'm slowly working on it. So we're trying to make the sequel to this game. Basically, is one of the projects, and the other one's this board game that it looks like just chess with extra boards here for now. But it's based on a board game from an anime called Blood Blockade Battlefront. Called Prosper. This is the game from an anime. Yeah, it works solo on this. Here's my my website if you want to see stuff. That was weird. See some cool stuff. What about you, man? Do you do any game dev? You will see it later. Word. But yeah, man, do you make any games? You tried using AI to program anything? Interface looks good. Yeah, it's okay on mobile. It needs some help on mobile, but it's really good if you ever get a chance, check out the website and landscape on like desktop. It's way better. It's much cooler. Oh, you're not in games? You start in Uni, it's not for you? Word. Yeah, it's a lot of work and not that much reward. Other than just being fun. Am I in a company or a freelancer? I used to be, I had a job until the end of February as a technical combat designer on, I was at a startup, a AA size company. We were like 25 people. And then our game was out on Steam for a year, and it didn't do well enough. And so my job ended, and the company shut down at the end of February. So right now I'm just like unemployed and just solo making all my own stuff. But I'm trying to start applying for jobs again pretty soon as either a gameplay engineer or a technical designer. Yeah, it was. It was very crazy. Like, a lot of work. Pretty stressful. It was fun, but I don't want to do that startup thing environment like again. Not for maybe ever. I was in charge of balancing the whole game. What's the story about the two characters on the left? They're Trickery and Nully. They're from that the world on the website here. Nully is a... What? Why are the load times taking so long? Nully is a synthsistent. He's a type of creature in the world. Yep. Trickery is an omni artist. There's going to be like a whole animated series about them eventually. Check like through this video like I made trying to use them as characters with AI. Right? Yeah, so they're gonna get like a whole animated series. There's gonna be a whole video series about the world too. Sorry for disturbing. Bye. It's like 4 a.m. in your country. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. You'll join some other day. All right. I'll probably still be here whenever you wake up. I'm streaming for the next 12 hours. I just started. Crazy focus. Thanks, man. I want this game company to work, man. I don't want to work for anybody else. I want my own company to take off. So you gotta work a lot for that to happen, you know? Later, man. Okay, I just started a battle. Did you get any profile out of that? Can you check the logs? All right. Stream is super quiet. All right. Okay, so I think I will work on the mud a little bit while these guys take a while to cook, because there is the possibility that they take a while. All right, where's the mud? Here it is. Dude, everything's taking forever to load today. Is Cloudflare having issues? Oh my god. My electricity bill went up to $582 this time. That's ridiculous. I might have to shut Noli down for a little bit. Yo, damn. Do you own or rent your house? Oh, I rent. I'm in an apartment. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe it went up even further when I literally like was unplugging stuff this month. I think I shut Noli down for a little while I'm applying to jobs. If you rent now, there's nothing I can do. I just don't understand how it's going up when I feel like I was purposely leaving other computers off and stuff more often. Use AC a lot? Yeah, I think it's mostly the ACs. I think probably like 300 of it is. I have to have 2 air conditioners. Not all day. Like the one in my bedroom's turned off, but there's basically one like always running all day long. It's not even that hot in here. It's just if I leave it off, like I start sweating. It's really annoying. It's like it's a window, not like a window unit, but kind of. It's like a wall unit, so it's not very efficient. It's all right. After the Codex sub ends, I think I'm only gonna stream like 2 days out of the week, and I'm gonna leave Nully off while I'm like applying to jobs and stuff, and I'll just sit here and sweat without the AC. Every time I've been in California, temperature's been 75. Yeah, it's 70 degrees outside, but like the walls of my apartment still get like they absorb all the sun. So the sun still like heats up your apartment higher than 70 because it's just it doesn't stop, right? So the outdoor air is 75, but when you're stuck inside an apartment with no airflow, yeah. Also, what's up, man? You got a follower last night. I rated this dude, Shawnee B, and someone else was asking about using the Unreal MCP, and I name dropped you. I said Ice Creek got it to work with like animation state machines and combat animations and stuff. And I don't know why Shawnee B like knew your name. He went and followed you. Even though you don't stream or anything. It's pretty funny. I saw you have like 40 followers. Yeah. Is it Shaman? No, it's Infernius. Infernius was in my chat. He's from he's either from the Core days or from Eldegard. I can't remember. Okay, when I right-click on a room in the map editor, my only option right now is to delete. I also want to see an option for connect. And what it needs to do is automatically set up exits to all surrounding rooms. Right, so if there's a room that is above it, in the grid, then it needs to be north exit, etc. Only use ones that are within one tile of it. Like, we don't want to connect it to a room that's north by 2 rows. And if there's a room above it or below it at the exact same XY coordinate in terms of being above or below in the Z layer, then we want to use the up and down exits. For Noli, using the editor or export a game file, the editor. And that's because at the time, I didn't know how to get the Unreal Remote Control Protocol, RCP. I didn't know how to get it to work with a package build. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I later figured it out for Trickery. And like Noli, like he has commands. They don't work right now, but they were working for a little bit. So I figured out how to get to work in package builds eventually, but at the time, I didn't know how to do it. And I just don't want to bother, right? Like when I want to make changes to him, it was a lot easier to just full screen the viewport. You know what I mean? The editor has higher energy costs. No, I think just even if there's nothing displaying on the screen at all, I think just running a computer with like 1,000-watt power supply and like a 3070 in it is just, you know, always going to cost like a lot of money if it's running 24/7. If you use Oracle Cloud Always Free 2, you might be able to run Noli for free. There's no GPU, but maybe the CPU can handle it. Dude, there's no way. My 1070 GPU couldn't handle Noli with VFX. Like, I had to go up to the 3070 just to be able to have his visual effects on behind him instead of a blank white background. Like, you know, Unreal 5 is such a resource hog. Man, today's a surprisingly slow day. I thought starting the stream at like 2:30 and multi-streaming to YouTube was going to make a difference. Because last Saturday was very unexpectedly crazy. But it doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's super quiet. It's all right though. It means we can get a lot of work done. So the mud, I'm trying to add a new feature for making connecting the rooms a lot easier. So I'm not manually adding one at a time. Handle an Unreal server. Yeah, server's way different. It's not rendering particle effects and stuff. And streaming. That's the other thing too, is it has to not only run bot, but it has to do video encoding to stream. Man, in 2 years of running Noli and thousands of dollars in electricity, 128 followers. And that's it. As soon as we start playing the game, we should cache like everything in the battle UI in the background, like it, and it should be spread out across a bunch of workers. You need the crypto rug pullers come back and fund Nully again? Yeah, true. I mean, like I said, they got me $600 for him. That's literally just this month's electricity bill. Hello. The layout of the cards doesn't need to change unless we change our deck layout in town, or you refresh it from the resting mini game or something. So, like, as soon as we start playing the game, we should spread out loading the textures for the battle UI across a bunch of worker threads in the background, asynchronously and lazily. Not, like, recreate all of them all at once each time we get attacked by an NPC and then destroy them. This is unnecessary. Yeah, I got to use Opus 4.8 for a day. It didn't make too big of a difference for me. I didn't notice much. But I'm down on the $20 sub now, so I'm not getting to use Opus 4.8 too much. Now it's Ultra Code mode. That's so weird. They're like copying like everything that Amex guy is doing, actually. This guy's harness for Oh My Open Agent has Ultra Worker. I feel like the open source harness community's actually just innovating and coming up with all the features. And all the cool names that the Anthropic and them are just stealing. It flashes purple when it's in that mode. What does Ultra Code do for you? Spins up over 50 agents. Oh yeah, someone yesterday said they used it just to do a code review, and it spun up 80 agents, and it used its 5x plan session limit in like 15 or 20 minutes or something. Yo, lazy pups. Do you have programming background or just pure vibes? Yeah, I've been programming like my whole life. I graduated with a computer science degree in 2014, and then I've been basically a full-time game developer since then. I just started vibe coding 2 months ago. What about you, man? What's your experience with vibe coding like? You having fun? Watch me endure 12 hours of listening to Suno music and not a single person shows up in the YouTube stream today. That would be depressing. Rip that. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so I just asked Codex to add a feature. It is not there. I really need to figure out a better way for your codec. Not vibe coding at the moment. I'm really just learning for fun. You're not in any university yet? Oh, nice. I really need to figure out a better way for my codec today. Just having 3 giant VS Code windows is not cutting it. I have CMux installed, but what am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, I've got TMux or PSMux right now because I'm in PowerShell. Dude, what is going on with the mud? What even is vibe coding at this point? What was the original definition versus whatever anti-AI people make it out to be, or the Dulu's who's don't imagine this. Vibe coding was coined by Andre Karpathy, the AI researcher guy. It's actually fun. I saw his tweet when he mentioned it like a year and a half ago. It was at the very beginning of 2024 or 20. Maybe it's 2024 or 2025. He just like randomly tweeted out like, I've been doing what I call vibe coding and quote unquote recently. He's like, it's where I just let the AI kind of do everything and I just sort of just keep telling it what to do and I don't check the results or anything and whatever. And then people just kind of ran with it and then it turned into like a term, you know? It just means you're coding without reading any of the code at this point. Like you're putting your full trust in the AI output. Yo, Carter, what's up, dude? I'm doing my Saturday multi-stream to YouTube day. So we're listening to Suno all day. From what I've seen, the people spewing out yet another to-do list or some other SaaS trash dump with AI are not, by definition, vibe coders. They're the AI equivalent of script kiddies, copy-paste, who just want fame or money. SaaS trash dump AI, not by definition vibe coders. I mean, they kind of are vibe coders because they're still creating, like, programming off of just an idea, you know? Like, the idea is all they have to go off of. They're not actually reading or writing any code manually. I think that's what it means. It depends. I think that's too generalized of a take. It's probably kind of true. I think vibe coding to me just means you're not doing any manual coding at all. You're not even checking it. That's when it's just pure vibes. Is when you don't even read the code, you don't read the output. You purely do prompting. It's just pure prompting. That to me is vibe coding. Code cell structure, the lens, the formatting guides, probably restorative. AI is a tool rather than I'm not even there. Well, that's when people start calling it agentic engineering. I don't know if you've heard that term that the OpenClaw creator has been trying to coin and get to take off, and a bunch of people have been using. He said he feels like vibe coding is a slur. So to me, the vibe coding is like, just vibe coding just means you're coding purely through prompting. That's it. And then if you're doing it, but you're doing it with like the stuff you're talking about, like you want to maintain like a structure and clean code, and you're taking it more seriously, then to me that's when it goes from vibe coding to agentic engineering. Like, that's engineering when you're talking about having that kind of rigidity, right? The vibes is when you just don't care at all. You're like, I don't care, I'm just going to prompt this thing until it works. What about those who are project manager level and they actually understand the code and infra, but they don't know syntax like that? I feel like then that starts to teeter into agentic engineering instead of just vibing. You don't believe in that terminology? I believe it's still just software engineering, but using AI as a tool harness instead of going all manual. Mathematicians use calculators. You're still doing the math. Okay. Yeah, it's just the new age of software engineering. I feel like it's fair to attach the word engineering to it when you start going into the realm of reading the code and like caring about the code quality. You know? That's when you can start attaching the word engineering to it. You care about the architecture and the quality of the code, and you're like reviewing it. But when you're reviewing nothing ever, and you don't care about the architecture that much and stuff, and you're just prompting, and you're like you said, like a script kiddie, like equivalent, to me that's vibe coding, right? That's kind of, I don't know. If you choose the stack, you know what it can do, you understand how things work at a high level, CI/CD pipelines, but you don't know how to write the code without AI. I feel like there's an in-between there. Huh. Lazy Pups, I'm interested in why you're vibe coding. I get it for shipping products faster if you're not interested in the actual process of coding anymore. I'll probably eventually get into it, but I'm not sure when to. Like, at what point does the learning stop, and can you start using AI optimally while being able to check the results produced to use good code, I guess? Lazy Pups, since you're kind of newer to coding, I don't know, man. That's kind of a really tough thing that you guys are gonna have to figure out how to navigate now, like your generation. I think so. Any manual knowledge that you acquire through like harder learning, and like manual coding and stuff and trial and error, what happens when you use AI is it compounds it like 5x. Like all of your like real knowledge, when you use AI, it's like that real knowledge is 5 times more useful, like when you start trying to build quickly with AI. So at some point, like, you have to figure out how to do some of the manual stuff. Yeah, so I think what's going to happen in the future is, and just right now, is people are going to start doing intentional, like, cycling, like, where, kind of like how, like, bodybuilders do, like, bulking and cutting phases, you know what I mean? Where they're either eating just a lot all the time and trying to build up a lot of bulk, and then they're, like, cutting to try to, like, get leaner after they built all this muscle and fat up. Like, I feel like it's gonna be kind of similar. It's gonna be like the bulking phase is the building phase, kind of. Like, I don't know, does that sort of make sense? Like, I think people are gonna cycle between a build phase and a study phase, essentially. Which I'm about to leave the build phase and go back into a study phase, because I'm pretty tapped out on the building phase right now. So you're going to have to figure out, like, when do you go into a study phase and a learning phase, and when do you go into a building phase. And you go into a building phase when you have, like, a lot of ideas and you have a lot of new projects to start on, that just take a lot of, like, bulk, like programming, and you know exactly what you want it to be. That's when it's worth, like, subscribing to AI and then going into, like, a building phase. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Is you're just gonna have to cycle between the two and figure out what stage in life you're at and which one it's best. I would say you probably like should do a little bit of AI just to understand the workflow. But if you're, like, new to coding and you're about to go to university for the first time, you should probably just be mostly doing, like, learning, like 80% of the time, probably, unless you have some kind of crazy idea that AI is, like, useful for, that you need to build, you know. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. Vibe coding can only get you so far. What's up, voter? Yeah, it the more precision you need, the less useful it can be. Borrow check. You lost the ability to do manual coding, borrow check? Interesting. The build versus study phase, there are definitely seasons you have to cycle, build a lot, learn, shave the yak, and study. I haven't heard of that. Come back and rebuild better next time? Yeah. Omni says something that's very valuable. Beginners should not get into vibe coding at first. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Although it can be useful if you can use it to make, like, a template or something. So, like, an example is, like, I vibe coded this game engine that runs in Zig, right? And when I go back into a study phase for the next month, because my subscriptions are going down to the $20 ones, my plan is to start writing a game engine in C++ to study for getting gameplay engineering jobs. And I'm going to use the code that it wrote in Zig to get a rough idea of, like, the pieces that I need and try to translate the Zig code to C++. If I'm like, okay, well, what's the next piece I should use? You know what I mean? Yo, thanks for the follow, Lazy Pups. Learn to center a div before you start vibe coding. Dude, that's like rocket science, though, upvoter. It'll take you a lifetime before you can even start vibe coding. They should experiment and learn. You still don't know how to center a div. CSS is sick now, dude. You can do animations and stuff in CSS. That's how I did manual coding for all the animations on my nav bar two summers ago. And this cat spinning around and stuff. I love CSS now. It's so dynamic. Nice. The Suno music isn't too bad today. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so lazy pups, that's the other thing. Vibe coding can be useful if you're new. If you use it to like quickly build like an example project of something you want to do, and then you can it won't be great, but you know, sometimes it's just so you can kind of understand the motions or the steps. Like that's what the engine did for me, is by vibe coding an engine, I have this awareness now of like, you know, oh shit, like everything in the engine you have to add to the undo history, you know? Every single little interaction and every little thing. I forgot that like it's not something I'd thought about before, but by vibe coding I'm aware now if I go make an engine, like every single feature I add, I got to think about including it in the undo history. And so it's like there's still some useful like checklist and stuff for like, you get the ingredient, like the recipe, like you kind of through trial and error, you'll figure out the recipe that you need for building stuff by vibe coding something. So that can be useful if you're new, is it'll help give you the cookbook for what goes into different types of apps or pieces of software. I think we fixed the hitching. Centering a div is a lot different than building a game engine. Yeah, it's way harder. Primogen also had really good AI music when he did the cursor tower thing. Oh, did he do the same thing? Did he just run Suno music all day so he didn't get copyright struck on YouTube? Spend more time fixing the code LMs produce. It's okay for prototype. What's up, Sativa Streams? You mean solid? Understandable, the human who wrote it. If you AI is slop, you don't understand slop. My experience so far is that AI does a really good job, actually, of commenting the shit out of everything, man. Like it doesn't seem like that much slop to me. Or not, I mean, it is slop, but it doesn't seem as, like, much of a black box that's totally not understandable or parsable at all, as people make it out to be. Because it comments everything. The slop part to me is that it does a lot of repeated implementations of things that already exist. That's the sloppy part to me, not the understandability, but the how often you find that it like recreated something that already exists, you know? Which mine cuts down on that a lot with the Graphify plugin, but it's still not perfect. I just had to refactor something. Like, dude, it leaves like paragraphs of comments everywhere. So it's not like incomprehensible. It does like doing the kind of big brain engineer thing that, you know, like, for some reason, a lot of really smart engineers love doing, where it's like, oh, we're on a Twitch ad break. Let me pause the rambling. I don't know who's got their ad block figured out or not. Oh, no. Hey, there you go. No more ads for you guys. Is that Carter? Carter gifting subs again. Thanks, dude. That's a monolith of a file. Doesn't AI function better when you break it down in components or classes? Yeah, it can. This monolith, it just keeps growing. Before it was 10,000 lines of code, and then I rewrote a whole bunch of stuff, and now it looks like it's back up to 7,000. This is the main tick loop for the game engine. So this just keeps growing. It could probably be refactored some more. I wonder how big Unreal's is. Thanks for all the subs. Let's see, Unreal. Which file in Unreal is the main engine tick loop? Yo, Sativa, thanks for the follow. Launch Unreal Engine loop. F engine tick function inside launch engine loop. I don't know if that's actually the main one. World ticking. Which one of these would let me... This one. Okay, so here's the Unreal Engine source code, which, by the way, is about 15 million lines of code. Right now, my engine's 120,000 lines of code. The stream deserves way more support, guys. So much good stuff. Thanks, dude. We're going to try to keep this consistent with Saturdays. Saturdays are vibe coding discussions, multi-streaming to YouTube included, listening to Suno so I don't get copyright struck. I'm going to consistently be here for Saturdays to do this. When my Codex subscription goes down on Tuesday, you guys, this stream is going to become more more educational for game dev stuff, probably, because I have to study for gameplay engineering. So we're going to try to manually code a game engine in C++ a little bit during the weekdays. It'll be fun. Okay, let's find the engine tick. I'm curious for your comparison. Launch engine loop. I'm curious how much they've managed to modularize, and because Unreal has monoliths, Fortnite has monoliths. So I worked on Fortnite for 2 years. I was just a QA tester, but I had source code access, and that was when I learned that my little 2D side scroller that I made as my first indie game that I spent 2 years on, my player controller got up to like 3,000 lines of code. And I thought that was crazy, right? I thought that was a monolith. But then I found out that... Oh, here you go. So Unreal Engine's main engine tick loop is 7,000 lines of code. So the core of a game engine, the core tick loop for a game engine is going to end up being like 5,000 lines of code or more, most likely. Because of the surface area and the complexity of an engine. So mine's for sure not as well organized or modular as Unreal, you know? Like the amount of stuff happening in a tick loop in the engine for Unreal is probably like tens of thousands of lines of code worth, and then they got this one loop down to 7,000. But anyways, what I was saying was, yeah, there's more compressed. A lot of mine right now is fluff with all the comments from the AI, because the AI leaves a lot of comments for other AI to be able to navigate it better, actually, which is crazy. But anyways, I was just going to say that every major game engine or video game has some monoliths. And usually, like, the player controller is a big one. So this indie game called Dust X or something. Dust sweeping. Dust force. So this like side scroller sweeping game. This one has a 12,000 lines of code player controller. It's got like Meat Boy style like movement stuff. Fortnite's player controller was about 20,000 lines of code. So I don't know. You think monoliths are bad, Borrow Checker? I think monoliths make sense in some cases, and I've definitely seen people that over-index on over-modularizing stuff. Like, there is this guy on the last team that I worked on, and he was one of those people that was too far the other way, where he made a blueprint function library in Unreal that had like 300 functions that did little simple things, and they were all in that one blueprint that we all had to keep checking out. Like, and it was so confusing, dude. It was like, instead of putting the functionality that belongs to this part of the game, he had to dump all these tiny little things. He's like, oh, that's just a tiny little thing. Let me just keep shoving it in this like massive library of tiny little functions that are only used in one place. You know, you guys might know the rule of 3, where if you reuse something the third time, then it's worth putting into its own function, right? If you do the same pattern like more than twice. This guy was like rule of 1. Like, it was not rule of 3. He was like rule of 1. He would constantly put things into like some packaged like function in this like function library that only ever was used in one place in the entire project. And that's just as bad, in my opinion, as monoliths. So in C#, partial classes may need monoliths because you can't split them normally, but in one directory with partial class extension, many more interesting. I think game dev in particular is just I think monoliths are bad for a lot of types of software, but I think game dev, usually the player controller is, you want everything that is affecting the player every like per frame is pretty useful to have in one place, especially when you start thinking about like, I don't know, you're just worried about performance or something. It's kind of weird if like all these little actions that and things that have to pull every single frame on the player are like fragmented across your code base instead of just being on the player. So I think that's usually why like player controllers are the biggest culprit for game dev monoliths. Because of the tick loop. But I don't know. Let's see where we're at here. So there's a couple things in flight. The biggest one was we had a massive hitch when the battle started because it was not asynchronously loading all the textures and stuff for these cards. Ooh, we just took a huge performance hit there. So we're having some perf issues now that the game has actually got 16 skinned animated meshes on screen at once. Thousands of UI elements. A lot of them are hidden though, and they're like sleeping. They're not actually hitting the performance, but yeah, we're down to 20 FPS. Hey, I just opened and closed the deck editor, and it just dropped our like perf down to 20 FPS after I closed it. The deck editor should be functioning similarly to the battle UI, where a lot of the elements of it and stuff should be loaded asynchronously in the background and ready to go when we toggle on the visibility. So they're just sitting in memory, but, you know, they're not being pulled in any way in the tick loop. They're like sleeping if they're not visible. All right, so something weird's going on with the deck editor now. We're trying to get the perf down on... We had some hitching from loading, like, you know, a bunch of textures and stuff in the UI. Okay, so the perf's fine. What happens if we get into a fight? We still got a hitch there. Okay, no hitch there anymore, and the UI faded in, so that part got fixed. But there's still some mysterious hitch right when the fox attacks us. The hitch was so bad on the UI textures all loading in the same frame. It was a full, like, 1 second hitch. And it was causing the physics to lag in the tick, and then the characters were falling through the collision on the platform. Oh yeah, we gotta fix this issue with items 1, 2, and 3 here have like solid collision, and I can't pick them up. Does it matter if humans never read the code? It depends on how critical the piece of software is. Like, is it something involving like keeping a rocket like working as it launches into space? Is it code that affects 3 billion users across all Google tools? Like, I just read a post on Reddit the other day about this guy that works at Google, and he takes like it takes weeks for code reviews to go through on what he works on, because it's so core and so critical to all the Google tools. It affects like 1 billion people probably, that he has to be extremely precise and careful about exactly how many CPU cycles he adds to any code that he makes, and then it takes weeks for the code to get approved. So like something that critical and requires that much precision is kind of only in the realm of human coding at the moment. And maybe forever that is only in the realm of being human reviewed. So it depends. If you're just like making a game, it doesn't matter. All that matters is, does the game work, and is the frame rate good enough that players aren't going to, like, you know, bomb your Steam reviews. Like, Undertale was all else if statements and monoliths. Like, the whole game is else if statements. That guy was not a good programmer. But the players don't care. So, you know, if something's not like causing like it's a life or death situation or some super critical piece of software that affects millions or billions of customers, then yeah, I don't really think humans need to read the code. That's sort of the caveat. That's my opinion. I mean, if AI makes monolith code but humans never read, is monolith still bad? It depends. How long did it take to get to this point? Lazy Pups. I first started messing around with programming like 25 years ago, but I didn't take it seriously as a kid. I didn't really get into game dev until 2012, like 14 years ago. So that should give you an idea. I think AI likes monoliths better, as it does tend to write them. Yeah, it kind of seems like AI loves the monoliths. Like it's like a robot. It can just chew through them, and it understands it a lot better than a human. I don't know the token usage logistics though behind a monolith versus having better code organization. I'd be curious, like, if anyone's got any proof of the token efficiency about those different code architectures. Trying to feed a giant monolith to them is not helping. Okay. Yo, Yerba, are you on the App Store? No, not right now. My 2 games or my 3 games are all self-launch and self-publish. They're pretty early right now, though. But they're on my website. I have my own launcher right now, but the games aren't like ready yet. But I'm gonna sell them early access through my launcher. Like the board game you can buy for like $20 right now, I think. I might drop it lower. I might make it like 15. This game is on a free-to-play platform. You can play this one. This game is a MUD. I don't know if you ever played a MUD. It's like a text-based RPG. The MUD is free-to-play on my website in the browser here. So the MUD is completely free-to-play on the website. And then the game that we're building is not ready yet. I'm making a sequel to the other game that's free here with the cards and stuff. This one's free to play, but you have to download a UGC platform on the Epic Games Store. That's pretty dead. That's why I'm porting the game over to my own launcher. But probably in a couple months, I'll be selling early access to this for like $30. And I'm doing my own launcher only, just like Tarkov and Path of Exile, for the next like 2 years. For these games before putting them on Steam. Like 2 or 3 years. So Steam's going to be full release. And we'll get the wishlist pages up. But I'm doing self-launcher and self-publish only for a while we go through like the alpha and the beta phases. Two away from 2,000? Oh, really? I didn't know. Twitch is weird. It rounds up. As soon as you're at 50 or 51, it starts telling you you're at the next 100. That's cool. Here's the website, Yerba. Yeah, so the MUD is playable, but it's a little bit of a mess. The board game is playable on the launcher, but you have to pay money for it for the moment. But it's only like chess. It's not that exciting. I mean, it's chess. It's multiplayer chess. But they're going to get really cool in another few more months. And then eventually we're going to make an MMO. The release date for the MMO is 10 years from now. And then I'm trying to make all the games playable on Android. And those are also going to bypass the App Store on Android and just be installed through my own launcher on Android that you download straight from the website for like a couple years as well before the full release. And then once the full release is ready for Steam and for Steam, then I'll also go from like self-hosted and self-release and self-launcher on the Android ones to the App Store. think eventually AI will just write binary because there'll be no reason for humans to read the code? Do you think Nuldrums or Star Citizen will come out first? I mean, to me, Star Citizen's out. It's an actual playable game. There's plenty of like stuff to do in it, you know. They just don't want to call it like a full release for some marketing or business reason, but there's like actual content in that game, you know. How goes the Vive day? Vive's going pretty good, dude. We're fixing hitches from the UI, trying to load like 1,000 objects and textures and stuff. All in, not 1,000, like a couple hundred textures and objects, all in the same frame. So we're spreading that out across a bunch of worker threads. To I want to preload like all that stuff in memory asynchronously as you start playing the game. There's no reason why we should be creating and destroying like every single UI object, every battle we get into, you know? It's very minimal amount of memory, and it should just sit there and just be visibly toggled on and off and not rendered in the tick, you know, when it's not shown on screen. But we don't need to pre-allocating is vital for games. Yeah. So it was being stupid. So I think we fixed the UI hitches now. But there's still like another there's still a hitch like right when I get attacked that we need to solve. Do I not like the App Store for some reason? I think they're cool. I just like don't want to go through all the approval process when the game is half baked. You know what I mean? Like when I feel like the games are ready for like a full release and they have like a healthy amount of content for people, then I feel like it's worth going through the full Steam release and the whole like App Store approval process and all of that garbage, you know, and then marketing it like seriously, you know, or something. I just feel like none of that's worth it, and I just want to do self-launcher and self-release and direct download to people's like Android devices and stuff. While we're kind of in the beta phase, you know, or this is like alpha. This is like pre-alpha. We're not even close to beta yet, so that's sort of it. That's one of the cool things about Android is people can just download the APKs, and you know, you can just skip the whole store process for a little while. Hey, items 1, 2, and 3 have solid collision, and I can't walk through them. All loot items that drop should not have any physics collision at all against the player. They shouldn't be blocking. They should be like query only. And also, I cannot pick up items 1, 2, and 3 right now. We're trying to use these items for testing the inventory screen grid. Star Citizen's buggy? Yeah, it is. All games are buggy, though. It's just like Fortnite has 5,000 to 7,000 bugs logged in it at any given moment. It's all just a matter of like fixing the ones that cause the most friction. Oldest trick in the book. That is why on old console games would take a long time to load, but maintain their frame rate while playing. Oh, interesting. What's a hitch? A hitch is when the whole game like stutters, like everything freezes in the game, which was happening to me just now when a fight started. The whole game was just locking up and freezing for a second, and I couldn't do anything, and that's a hitch. Makes sense. A pause in the gameplay due to something taking longer than one frame to do something. Yep. Unless you have payments, the App Store approval isn't bad. Okay. There's so many ways to eliminate hitching. Yeah, it's constant. It's one of the main optimization tasks for any game. Why does this occur with UI? Star Citizen bugs make the game almost unplayable, and they rarely fix bugs. Oh, really? I didn't run into too many when I played, but I was just flying around. You need to load something, get it into VRAM, and have the GPU render. It can take more than the allocated time for the frame. Upvoter. Hey, please, thank you. Burns extra tokens, which means extra AI data centers, more electricity draining and water usage. Saying, hey, just kill the fish, bro. Okay. You can have 60 FPS, but have lots of hitches, which feel horrible. Yeah. Upvoter, have you seen that China made the world's first underwater data center? They're really cooking all the fishes, bro. Look at this. Aw. Where's the screenshot of it? Look at this. It's attached to a windmill. A wind turbine. Like 4 of them. But the data center itself sits 35 meters underwater. And they use the seawater to cool it. You've been doing game dev for over 20 years. There's so many tricks for performance that most people have no idea about. Really? You wanna share some of those? I know a few from working on some teams on Unreal projects and stuff. I'm curious to hear some highlights from you if you've got any more interesting, lesser known ones. Many depend on the language you're writing in. Ah, interesting. Grayscan can be horrid in C# and Java. Okay. Copy themselves instead of appending. Lick list is great for performance. All right, let's see what it did with this. Got 2 things to QA test. You can add and remove to a linked list with almost zero overhead. That's more for pointer and ref languages. Pre-allocating resources, memory pooling. Yeah, in memory pooling, you could say that's the broad high level concept, right? And then the practical way a lot of game devs know it is like object pooling, right? Like for VFX particles and stuff. Async and multi-threading works well if your engine supports it. Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of worker threads doing a lot of stuff in this. Yes, that's the best tip. Stone Python, what's up, dude? Did you slither back out of your cage into your owner's computer while they're away at work? Lazy Pups. I just recently implemented a doubly linked list for spatial partitioning system. I kept hearing that they were confusing to implement. I don't know where people got the... Dude, it sounds like you're doing all the right stuff, Lazy Pups, if you actually just did that with manual coding before even going into university. That's pretty solid, man. Keep doing stuff like that. Memory pooling can handle objects and things like dynamic textures. Interesting. From like CS slop shorts. Games like Vampire Survivors benefit from object reuse and memory pooling. Use the same memory over and over again, so no allocating and deallocating nonstop. Yeah, I did, bro. That MF yelled at me before he left because I keep smoking all his weed. Oh my gosh. Most people have a hard time with coding. Not everyone thinks logically. Yeah, definitely not. It's like a certain type of like math and logic brain that excels with it. Dinner time? All right, man. Let me ask this thing. How many worker threads do we have going? What's the cap? Is it possible to use all the available cores on a CPU and we detect it? All right, guys, we're grooving to a bunch of Suno drum and bass today. So we are multi-streaming. We got some new viewers hanging out from the YouTube side of the world. It's what we do. It's what we do on Saturdays. We include YouTube in the stream list. Reckless Ben. What does he do? Let's see if this mud function works. Connect to surrounding exits. Boom. Look at that. You guys see that? Can you add the connect to surrounding exits functionality to the undo history? So now when I'm making the map here, I can right click and do connect to surrounding exits, and then this thing will connect to all nearby nodes in the map here. And I had to do this because as I'm rearranging this, it's going to be very time consuming if I had to add every single connection like one by one on the list to these rooms. What am I working on today? We are working on a little bit on the mud. We are working on the crazy board game, the chess game. And we're working consistently on the sequel to Puppet Masters. So this turn-based game with quick time events, you know, that you saw. It was having a lot of performance issues with hitches and stuff, and we're trying to solve those hitches right now. Right there, we still have a hitch like right when the fight starts. It's preventing... We had a hitch when the UI showed up, and that just went away. And we're getting the loot working in this. We're getting the inventory system working in this. This is pretty exciting because the more stuff we get functioning in this, the just all the RPG elements, the more we're getting our foundation set up for the MMO eventually. So I can pick up items. This isn't hooked up at all. The cheese wheel and the apple and the blueberry are auto pickup. They're supposed to be manual pickup, like the puppet parts. Also, the inventory window does not seem to be hooked up at all. When I click the tabs on it to try to switch between currency, equipment, materials, and whatever, it does not change what I see in the window. It's supposed to look like this from the core version. Let's go to the core version. Alright, let's switch up the music in a minute here to the Dreamcast drum and bass, what I called the other playlist. Has sold $200,000 of Legos from an old man dying of cancer. What in the world? That's so random. Sounds like a juicy YouTube documentary, though. Mud sounds dope. Yeah, the mud's playable right now. It's a little bit of a mess, though. The mud's always going to be free to play on the website here. It's a little bit of a mess, though, but it's got some cool UI and stuff. It's a mess in terms of the map. That's what I have to fix right now. And the HP scaling isn't very good. It's non-existent. I fixed it on my side, but I haven't pushed an update to the server yet because the map was just a mess. That's kind of what we're fixing a little bit today. So if I go here, I go to data, I go to world, go to rooms. This is the map for the mud, and this is my map editor for it. It's all like disconnected and blown apart right now because the AI like made a huge mess. You know, I just asked it like make a map for my mud. Here's all the lore from the world, and it created a bunch of overlapping stuff that made no sense, and the way the rooms connected to each other didn't make any sense. So like, I have to manually fix the whole map before I feel like it's in a good state. I always was. I was testing something on this. And you get rid of the beep sound when the game starts. Oh, right. We're going to take a screenshot of the inventory from the core version for Codex. All right, where are we at on the music now? I think we're down into the... Let's go to the playlist. Dreamcast, drum and bass. Let's go to this one. Similar vibes, but I can put it on shuffle. All right, this is what this needs to look like. Yeah, this is the game we're trying to port to the custom engine. Oh man, it's super broken. Huh. It's because of the equipment. Warlock, what's up? Legacy 2? No, not yet. I'm making like some turn-based games. One day I'm gonna make my own MMO though. 2036. We just need an investor to give us $100 million check. See? Look at the little money signs. You should submit an application to Y Combinator. I don't know, dude. You could make a business and make a hype out of like AI native game engine, you know, but like I don't really want investors. I want 100,000 YouTube subscribers before I ever think about partnering with a publisher or taking any kind of investors on and giving away any percentage at all of the Nuldrums as a company. I just feel like you don't have any leverage and you're just going to get shafted and get a bad end of the deal if you don't at least have some like motion on the internet, you know, some proof of like an audience rather than just like begging people for money and being like, I promise people are going to like the, you know, the result. That's my thinking. I think that's a general good like rule of thumb. Like don't take investors on until you have at least 100,000 YouTube subs for whatever you're doing. I think we need, I think this other codex, we don't really need a guy working on the mud that much. Let's go to data. Data editor. Oh, look at this. We have our own graph editor in the engine now. Or this is the level progression over time, or the health base HP. This is how base HP scales as you level. It's interesting, but I need like XY labels. Do I have the ability to change this? I can't change any of it. I can only view the data. Okay. Wow, I can just scale the max level up like this. HP curve round A times L squared plus, times level squared plus B times L level plus C. Mob HP. Dude, the mobs get tanky. Oh, this is fully geared player HP. 5,000 at level 200. Okay, and the mobs go up to like 1,500. Seems good to me. I don't think we need another dude working on the mud full time. Because again, I have to like go through and fix all this stuff. So I think I'm going to switch this Codex agent over to... Alright, board game guy is going to go over here. Engine guy can go here. We're going to switch this guy over to also working on Marlequin. He's going to work on some other features in parallel. to this guy. Like this guy, we're going to bring him back to working on combat, and then this guy's going to work on the items in the inventory. And we actually need another codex to help me with the stream clipper and the launcher real quick. Let's ask Board Game Guy to cap the frame rate at 60 FPS because it keeps tanking the stream frames. I'll wait till he's done. What would you do if EA offered you $1 million for the entire Nuldrums IP? That's not enough. I don't want to sell the IP at all. I want it to be like I want it to be just like the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, you know? Or like Dr. Seuss's stuff, or like Middle Earth and Tolkien. Like I want it to be like an estate, you know, that gets passed down and stays like in family for controlling ownership. You know what I mean? Like I think, let's see. Let's see who owns. J.K. Rowling retains ultimate ownership of the core character rights and intellectual property, while licensing specific adaptation and distribution rights to other corporations. Creator and IP owner. J.K. Rowling owns the original series. Oh, whoa. FBI, open up. Wait, every time somebody says FBI, open up. What's up, you guys? You're doing Unreal stuff, Boom? A louder banging version of that for FBI? Complete with, like, sirens and stuff? Yeah, we are, dogs barking. Roof, roof, roof. We're vibe coding 2 games at once and improving the game engine as we go. And I'm multi-streaming to YouTube today, which I do on, every Saturday now. So we got some YouTube viewers hanging out in the chat that are new. And because I'm on YouTube, we are stuck listening to Suno playlists for the whole day. We're in Suno land all day, you guys. So we're chilling. We were just Googling. Ice Creek asked me if... Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm doing the procedural armor destruction. I just need to configure the variables for each one. It's almost done. I want to see that. So it's like chaos destruction for the armor. Sounds crazy. Long arm, what's up? Nice dino dance. Ice Creek just asked if EA offered me $1 million for the entire Nuldrums EP, would I sell? I said no. I want it to be fully like creative property and like fully family owned and stuff, like Wizarding World of Harry Potter and Tolkien stuff and Dr. Seuss's stuff. And I was just Googling out of interest, like who owns, does J.K. Rowling actually own all the rights for all the characters and everything in Harry Potter? It looks like she does. So that's kind of, to me, that's the right setup. If you do like a world building thing, is all the corporations have to license the rights from you, you know? You don't sell the whole IP. That's just not a good idea. So there you have it, Ice Creek. Same setup as Harry Potter's the goal. Can I have ownership of the cheese thrown at the Nully Cat? Sure. You have ownership of his cheese, I guess. I don't even know what that means, though. I don't know if you can trademark cheese in general. Anyone could, though. You deserve to have the concept of cheese being thrown onto something as a trademark. You can throw cheese. Yeah, go do it right now. You can cheese Nully. That was all Boom's doing. But yeah, since you guys just showed up in the raid, I'll show you guys cool, like, real stuff. Instead of just my screen of agents that are coding. So we're porting this game that I built during COVID on a UGC platform called Core. If it'll load. Alright, so I built this game on a UGC platform. I didn't do any of the modeling. Oh man, we just got hit with Twitch ads. Oh, we got added. I'll be right back. I need to get a granola bar. I'm hungry. How many subs this time? Oh my god, dude. What? How many? What? 20? 20 bomb. 20 bomb from Carter. Shout outs, shout outs. The sub sounds so creepy. Oh, it's great. Well, here, we'll let you guys enjoy it in its entirety for a minute. Let me get a plate for all these. Thank you, Carter. We're going to be hearing this sound for like a hot minute now, you guys. 20 bombs. Crazy. Hey, you got my RGB emote now, Boom. Yeah, that is wild. Oh, no, this sounds good. It's cool. I'll turn it down a little bit. Oh, is that it? Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Dude, the follower sound is even creepier. Somebody follow quick. And then you can hear the follow sound. That one's way creepier. All right, Stone Python, thanks for the follow. I think your follow sound is queued up now behind all the sub sounds. I think there's 4 more left, and then we'll get to the follow sound. There's 4 more. Cheese per second. It's been clocked at over 1,000 cheeses per minute. Oh my gosh. It's a good thing you got that 5090. Boom, just subscribe. Are you good? All right, Python, I think it skipped your follow sound. That sucks. It queued up all the subs, but it skipped the follow sound. We missed the follow sound. If somebody else wants to follow, we can hear the follow sound. It's spookier. Anybody want to be follower number 2,000? Officially? All right. This is the game, you guys, that I'm trying to port right now. So, I built this game on a UGC platform during COVID from like 2020 to 2022. And it was pretty happening at that point, and now it's like dead. They just got totally smoked by Roblox and Fortnite Creative. Yeah, I'll show you what the combat looks like real quick. So yeah, so that's what the combat looks like. And right now we're trying to get the AI to like port over. Well, it looks like it's bugging out on the. Looks like the deck is bugging it out for some reason. But we're trying to get to port all the menus and stuff, and the item system, and the quest system, and the HUD, and all that. We have the like the core combat working, but we're trying to port all the other RPG systems right now. Is basically what these agents are doing. So this is the same game that we're trying to recreate, but in an engine that we built from scratch and vibe coded. And the hope is to put it on Steam in like a couple years. All right, we can pick up items. So now let's see. $20 plan rate limits. It is unusable. It's the $20 plan is unusable for doing this game engine stuff. Like I ask Claude to do like something really simple, and then it just like melts the tokens. It gets like a little task done, and then I'm at like 70% or something. And if I ask it to keep going, then if I ask it to keep going, then I run the risk of it's like halfway through the task, and like it and then when I resume later, if I want Codex to resume it later, is what I mean, then the handoff is like really messy because it was in the middle of like processing something before it hit the cap on the session. So yeah, I don't know. But it's intentionally like unusable because I have to stop vibe coding so much this next month, you know? So the idea is we just vibe code on Saturdays this next month, and we focus on finishing the video series, you know? And it'll feel good. Like we'll be able to work on making the video short series and stuff without feeling guilty about like, oh my god, I'm wasting my tokens. You know? There's no way I'm going to use this week's cap. Like, I'll be able to just chill and, like, do video editing and make YouTube videos and stuff, too, for the next month, you know? But yeah, for trying to do this game engine work and stuff, the $20 plan is pretty limiting. Mainly because of the session limit. The session limit's a bigger problem than the weekly limit. The weekly limit seems pretty reasonable, but the session limit is just super annoying. $20 is much more usable than Claude Pro. CC Pro cannot even use CC. What do you mean CC? I think $100 for Codex is plenty, but $200 for Claude is required. Think so? That's how it is for... Well, they have the double tokens right now on Codex, right? So it's a little bit skewed. That's how it is for me right now. Using the free, each request uses all my tokens for multiple 5-hour sessions. My gosh. You just keep asking every 5 hours, are you complete? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is the way it resumes and stuff is like kind of clunky if it hit the session limit in the middle of doing something. On 20x, weekly limit is a bigger problem. Source, I run into the weekly before I could ever max out the 5-hour session. Yeah, that is true. Like on 20x, like the session limit can chew through like 10% of your weekly, I feel like. Codex is infinite. Infinite. I can only exhaust weekly 20x in 2 to 3 days. You can? Well, that's crazy. Yeah, what's the scope of what you're building to be able to max that out like that? For me, I had to build a whole game engine just to max it out. Okay, so this guy... Okay, can you make sure that for when we're interacting or we're standing over items we can interact with, we only have one available that we can pick up, and we only see the label for one. We don't show the labels for everything we're standing over, and we don't multi-pick up stuff when we do the pickup. The way we should prioritize this is based on proximity to the character. The other thing is when I clicked on the different tabs in the inventory window, it was really slow. Like, I had to spam click maybe 10 times just to get the tabs to switch. So I would add some logging around that and try to figure that out. Trip Hop Jazz. You talking about this song? This is, I asked Suno for 90s intelligent drungle drum and bass that sounds like it belongs on the Dreamcast. And then a bunch of them I said different vibes, and for these I said classy casino vibes. I was thinking like the casino level in the first Sonic Adventure game on the Dreamcast was sort of the vibe I was going for. Here's the whole Suno playlist we're listening to right now, by the way, if you guys want to listen to any of it. You build all day, every day with Codex 20x. You never stop. Same with Cloud Code 20x. Creating stuff. OSU Droid from and Engine Java. Other Kotlin logic. C# 12 plus custom SDL3 based engine off. So like engines of some kind. Custom harness and Go plus the. I used to do my Lang dev, but I am still designing its next future before I go further to strip down the Rust code base. Swift has much easier C and C++ interop than Rust, and Rust compiles are painfully slow. Buy with Rust Clippy more than anything else. Implementing a generational IM mix VM in Swift is going to be less cumbersome in Rust too. Okay, so you're building a lot of crazy tooling for some dev stuff. Are you allowed to complain about Rust with that Twitch username? I thought you're like a crustacean for life or something. This name was a joke? Okay. I use Arch BTW. Is oh yeah, play on the I use Arch, by the way. It's funny. All right, so what I really want to test next is, ooh, that loaded fast. Nice. That was instant. I think the frame rate's still pretty chopped, though, when I close it. $160. Oof, we're down to 30. Hey, if I open and close the deck editor, the frame rate drops by like 10 FPS. Can you add some logging or add an automatic profiling when I go to close the deck editor? Open and close the deck editor. We got a rustation here. Chat. We got a rustation here, chat. Is it a giveaway that you're a boomer if you say guys to refer to the chat instead of chat? I don't know. It just feels more natural. I always say you guys. Not a chat person. Not an XQC. Chat. Okay, what's this guy working on next? Still left for the actual playable magic chess. Integrate sideboard captures in a real move execution. I was gonna get another codex to help me fix the launcher stuff. Player 81. What's up, dude? You're thanking Carter for the sub. Yeah, Carter's the homie for gifting the subs. He's trying to support the content creator dream here. Much appreciated. Dude, like, how is this possible? It says I've already used 40% my 5 hours on Codex. It's only used 1% of the weekly? That doesn't make any sense. What? Now my weekly just got reset again? To June 6th. Have you guys been having this happen lately with Codex and Claude, where they just reset the weekly randomly in the middle of the week? My Codex weekly has been reset 3 times in 1 week. It's basically unlimited. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, it told me it was going to run out on May 30th was the reset. Or May 27th was the reset. Then it was May 30th. Then it was June 2nd. Then now it's June 6th. It just like reset randomly in the middle of today. I don't get what's going on. Is it because of feature releases or something? Like, it's super weird. Right now, they are trying to get people to use it over Claude Code. Yeah, so they it's just raining tokens from Codex. Pretty insane. Let's tell it where the stream clipper is. Wait, is that one guy still here? What was his name? Lazy Paz or something? I don't see him in the stream avatars group. Your Patman. I was gonna give him my computer science study guide thing because he's talking about he's going into university for computer science soon, and he was already like implementing a double linked list and stuff for fun. What am I looking for? Programming. All right, we're going to get this guy to work on the launcher right now and the clipper. Ooh, what? When I installed my stream clipper tool, it asked me for firewall permissions when it installed, which only the multiplayer board games need to set firewall rules. The stream clipper tool doesn't need to do that. The stream clipper tool doesn't need. Boom, 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 boom. Up. We got one more YouTube sub. We're up to 92. Okay, so we're gonna unify our multi-thread system. The codec is gonna make a job system in the engine, because right now it's fragmented. So each like subsystem in the engine is doing its own. It's managing its own like multi-threading stuff. It's not like unified, and they're using different amounts of like cores and stuff. And it's kind of all over the place. Add quotas by job kind, so terrain UI decode can't starve frame critical work. Enforce main thread only boundaries for Vulkan ECS mutation, UI mutation, and Angel script. Require explicit shutdown, begin, drain, de-init, and variance before GPA teardown. Okay, go ahead and Ralph implement it. So it's going to unify all the multi-threading that's happening into a job system that each subsystem inside the engine taps into. This guy... Oh, we got potatoes. We got the start of the inventory. Bum, bum, bum. Man, I want to go get potato chips. Next door. Oh, they're so good. We're locked in though. Can't leave. Okay, so this guy's gonna look into the hitches or the frame rate drops after we close the deck editor. I want this guy to look into the hitch when the battle starts. Can't tell. Can you turn a timer bar? Let's check the HUD in the combat. It needs some more work. We're right back. All right, yeah. I'm making a burrito. Survive the next couple hours. Beef samosa time. Oh no, what's beef? Dude, what is some beef samosa? Beef samosa. Savory, deep fried, or baked pastry stuffed with spiced ground beef, onions, herbs. Seems kind of like a common in South Asian, Middle Eastern, and East African cuisines. It seems kind of like empanadas. This seems like a beef empanada. Looks good, dude. Oh man, all right, this guy's cooking the whole engine right now with the thread pool stuff. We might have to cool off on doing the Puppet Master stuff while the thread pooling is being built for the engine, or the unified multi-threading system, and switch over to maybe working on the mud a little bit while we wait for the engine work. I'm gonna check out my burrito. Do. Alright, we gotta wait on this dude. These three are still working. Yes, the cat is here trying to eat my food again. I took her on a walk yesterday. She had a good time. Her and a dog were like sniffing each other. They almost touched noses. They're like, she's not scared at all. She's not scared of dogs at all. The dogs end up being scared of her, actually. Especially a lot of the small dogs. It's pretty funny. She just doesn't care and just chill. And then the small dogs are like, "Whoa, what is that thing? I've never seen a cat outside on a walk before." All right. I still can't open the editor. It's cooked from this. All right. I'm going to, while we're waiting on the engine to finish its big feature, we're going to think about the map of the world. We're going to try to think about what the other zones should be. All right. I think most of what the AI came up with here is really good. Okay, we need to add most of these regions to the mud. Is this guy done cooking yet? He's not. World rooms. All right, so we've got Town Square, Monolith Plaza South. I'm gonna get another codex running for the mud. We need a mud assistant. Oh, the game's working again. Oh no, we're in a fight. We're doing a new session. No mud. Amex. T-Mux. Mad Max. Let's ask it. Hey, can you change the... Oh, hang on. I guess the mud got closed down because it's holding up one of the processes. Oh, this song's pretty good. The little troll sounds. I forgot how stupid they were. Dude, he's not taking any damage. He's healing every turn. This troll is broken. How do I run? Oh, it's just a forfeit. It's not a run mechanic like Puppet Masters, I forgot. Or Pokemon. Hey, can you change the color of the connecting lines between rooms in the map editor to match the region color of one of the connected rooms? Actually, just make them white. Actually, no, I want the color. I want the color version. Is this guy done yet? He's done. Implemented phase 1 to 2 for shared engine job system. Changed. Added source core job system. CPU detected worker pool. 32 CPUs, 31 workers on this machine. Per kind quotas. General 32. Skin 8. Decode 4, terrain 4. Shutdown begin, drain dinit lifecycle, parallel for and wait, and try dispatch. Debug main thread, worker thread assertions, unit test for sizing, drainer. Wired engine lifecycle, migrated skinned animation workers, fan out. Remove per frame raw, uses shared job system way synchronously. Yo, what up? What's up, dude? We're just today's Saturday, so I'm trying to this one crashed out. Yeah, we're doing peer codex token maxing today because I still have the $100 codex till Tuesday. All right, a couple of the codexes are crashing. Yeah, dude, we're token maxing till Tuesday. My streams, I might have some shorter streams though tomorrow and Monday because I'm pretty burned out on the token maxing. We're gonna see how much we can get done. I can't wait, dude. After my subs wind down on Tuesday, I'm probably gonna I'm probably gonna cut back to like streaming only like twice a week or something, or 3 times a week for the whole month of June. I do a lot of studying and a lot of job applications. I'm gonna go live like real life for a little bit in June too. I'm gonna go to the beach more. I'm gonna go to the beach more. I'm gonna go to the movies a couple times with some friends. Probably go to some music shows. We'll see. The token max grind has been insane. I've been stuck in the hamster wheel for a while. That's understandable. You're tired from just using your subscription? Yeah. Yeah, are you on the $100 right now? It really, you just feel so trapped. Like you feel locked in. It's fun when you have a lot of clear things to do, but when it piles up a whole bunch of manual labor for you to do to like refine things, then you start feeling like this kind of tension. Why did that put me on the mud? Stupid PS mucks. Here on the $20 one, oh man. The $20 one's hard to use the weekly, is what I found so far. It's easy to cap out a session, but then like a single session is only like 4% of my weekly right now. I think it's bugged though in some weird way. Gotta use 20 carefully and efficiently, yeah. Sean Roselle, keep up the grind. So many windows, looks hectic. Thanks, man. Are you a vibe coder or a game dev? Am I using for music? I have to listen to all Suno all day long while I'm on the days where I multi-stream to YouTube. You know. Here's the playlist if you are curious. If you want to listen to some of these tunes. We're gonna see if we can make some more Suno tracks actually in a minute here. All these turned out so good. We need like 1,000 songs in this playlist like this. You're also a vibe coder and a game dev. You also are live vibe coding every night. Just into my stream for the night and saw your video. Oh, that's awesome. Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. You're streaming on YouTube? Okay, you're not the same. You're not the same guy. There was another guy I saw that was a vibe coder. I'm gonna sub to you. There was another guy I saw. I lost track of him. I watched one of his videos. He was a small channel, like 370 people or something. Dude, these thumbnails are crazy, bro. How do you set these thumbnails for your live stream? Do you do it after the stream is over? Or are you able to set up the thumbnail before you start the stream? Yeah, YouTube, you do it after, or you set the thumbnail afterwards? Set it before the stream? Oh man, we gotta make a badass thumbnail like you got. You can do it before? Okay. Alright, I gotta figure that out. What's the decision behind vibe coding on the Steam Deck? What's the reasoning behind that? The live dashboard built into the website? Okay. Figure it out. I want to see what this looks like with the Steam Deck. Okay, so do you still have a monitor plugged in the Steam Deck and you're just using the Steam Deck as like your PC? Because it looks like you're at like a keyboard and mouse setup. Like you're not like streaming with the Steam Deck literally like in front of your face using the controller part of it, right? Steam Deck in desktop mode. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool, man. Hey, dude, you you did this too. Yo, I tried to do a I tried to copy Bridgemine's 3 monitor. Okay, that makes sense, dude. I'm like, you can't. Dude, so I tried to copy Bridgemine's title also a couple weeks ago. I did the same thing as you. I put that I'm at like negative 5,000 just for the like the cost of my LLC and my trademark and renewing my LLC and the extra electricity I pay to run my AI cat, paying for the AI subscriptions. Like I'm also at negative thousands of dollars, bro. That's funny. You did the same thing. Put the negative, put the real reality in there. Nice. Calculator UI. Okay, so you're just like vibe coding some fun apps or something? That's cool. Same why you're negative? Because the AI subscriptions? Yep. So do you stream from the Steam Deck also, or do you have a separate rig for processing the video for the stream? Okay. Now he's trying to release something on Steam. Steam Deck doesn't have a calculator, so you're building one? That's crazy. It doesn't have a calculator, but you're using it for vibe coding. Type-C hub with keyboard, mouse, headset, webcam, 3 monitors. Wow. Wow, so you're doing all your vibe coding and streaming from a Steam Deck that's plugged into some monitors. That's amazing, dude. 1080p upscale to 4K to YouTube. Wow. That's pretty cool, man. I can't believe the Steam Deck can do all that. Published your Steam Deck calculator 2 days ago. Nice. Hopefully you're not negative for too much longer then. Hopefully you can break even at least. Yeah, dude, if you does struggle, you've had 4 crashes while streaming. Oh man. Yeah, dude, if you you're asking about the music for Suno, if you pay all you have to do is pay $10 a month for Suno AI for the music, and you can make like 1,000 songs. You make like 1,000 songs for just $10 on Suno. It's been my copyrighted music hack for YouTube. Oh, it's very laggy, but not always. Oh man, that's amazing that you're getting that many views and subs, even dealing with all that adversity. All those issues. That's pretty cool, man. I'm trying to make a bunch of video games. I made a whole game engine with AI, and then I'm making 3 games at once with the engine right now. And they're gonna come out on Steam, but not for a long time. And I made my own launcher, so I don't use Steam right now. My games are deployed through my own launcher. That was also vibe coded. Here's like my storefront. Yeah, right now you can see the AI is opening and shutting down. It's opening and closing and running on loop to implement gameplay for a bunch of the games and fix bugs in the engine and do all kinds of things. It's 5 a.m. here. You have to go to bed. Pull all night. All right, man. Thanks for the sub. That's how the AIB turns you into a vampire. Staying up till 5 a.m. every time. You're done? How are you progressing? Nice, dude. Yeah, it's gonna move. Keep moving. Slowly but surely. Vampire hours. Yeah. Yeah, my plan right now is I'll just be streaming on YouTube on Saturdays. Because I can't stand like listening to Suno copyright free music forever. You know? We had a 2D game a long time ago in the Delphi program language before AI was a thing. Oh, that's cool, man. That's pretty big. Yeah, I've never made like a game engine from scratch. I've only vibe coded this 3D one. But I'm actually going to start trying to figure out how to make a 2D one for real with manual coding for the purpose of trying to get a job like in the next couple weeks here. We're going to try. Who is opening and shutting down the mud? This guy? Okay, in theory, nobody's working at all. So no one should be opening and shutting down anything anymore. Route completion, promise fulfilled. I kept going until the job system continued. Found the prior plan, handoff, engine job system, shared engine job system. UI sprite decode now uses shared decode jobs. Terrain generation now uses shared terrain jobs. What's the thread quota? Oh wait, it has it right here. Is there any reason to... You're trying to build your own Stardew? Okay, actually going now? Okay, man. That's pretty cool. All right, our worker thread system is completed. So now... I'm being blinded. Close the window. Okay, who's still working? Why is stuff popping up and shutting down? Nobody should be working right now. Okay, next, can you make the pop-up that we get when we have to allow the firewall rules be a little more specific? Because right now it just says Windows command prompt. Dude, who is working on the mud? It's, I think it's the other PS Mux session that was running. I need to go shut it down. It froze earlier and I just closed. I hit the X button and I thought it was done. I don't think it did. Rogi Blanco, 1903. What's up, dude? Were you literally born in the year 1903? Are you 123 years old? No? Okay. Can I ask a few questions? Sure. That's what we do here. We answer questions about the vibe coding. He's 122 and his birthday hasn't happened yet. Yeah. Can you make the thickness of the room connections just like twice as thick as the default grid lines so they stand out a little bit more? The coloring looks good. You're a newbie about coding, all right? Your government is giving cheap courses for 6 months, so I wondered what I should take. MVP or SAS? SAS is more about coding, from what I read. If I'm not wrong, MVP is more marketing. Maybe I don't know what MVP is. I don't know. They're both good, man. Coding is really good, but it's gonna get it's going to get harder and harder to get a coding job right now with AI for a little bit. And I actually think the value of being good at marketing is going to get even more, it's going to get higher over time. They're both good. Programming, it'll let you do, like, if you want to do your own thing eventually, the knowledge you get from programming is really helpful. Marketing can be tough too to get it to hold a job down, but I don't know, they're both really good, man. I would go with whichever one speaks to you more. Try some programming and see if you like it. Marketing course is 4 months. Do both. They're both useful. Coding is 6 months. You can't do both? Okay. The coding one is probably gonna lead to more opportunity overall. coding course, if you finish a product, they will fund it a little bit. Oh, that's really cool. What government is this, man? This is awesome. Korea. Oh, cool. You're a newbie and you have big brainstorm right now. Yeah, I think coding will give you more. If you want to have more like job opportunities, I think coding will give you more job opportunities in the future. And if you ever moved into doing more marketing stuff, you'd understand things better if you have some coding background. 6 months is that's a good little intro for sure to programming. It's tough. It's not that tough. Dude, 6 months just like melts away so fast. Hey, can you add a right-click option underneath connect surrounding exits for disconnect all exits? Oh, can you also add a connect option at the top? And that's a sub menu. So if I hover over the connect option, then I get a list of available directions for rooms that are within one coordinate distance from that current room. And then change the name of the one below that to just connect all instead of connect all surroundings. It's too wordy. We're about to do some really tough programming stuff here on the stream soon, in the next couple weeks. Would you prefer to search if your product actually has potential or have a product without marketing? This is my dilemma. Search if your product... I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do, what your goal is. If your goal is to make money, then you should absolutely do a huge amount of market research ahead of time. You should figure out your TAM, your total addressable market. You should figure out all competitors that you're going to be up against. You know, figure out what kind of timeline it's like how long it's going to take to make the thing. If your goal is to make money, then you should absolutely probably prioritize something that has potential. But if your goal is to make, I don't know, like with video games are not about a product with potential. If you're making a video game, that's like making a product without marketing. That's what a lot of people do. They just make a game that they personally feel like should exist, that would be fun. And you can have a really fun time doing that, but that's part of why so many games fail and why they have a hard time is like people are making stuff that's just fun, and the market's already so oversaturated and serves every single niche like possible, like 100 times over. That yeah, if you make a video game, you pretty much don't have potential. So I think if the goal is to make money, then I would make sure you have potential first. But if the goal is just to do something for fun, like make a video game that you just have always wanted to exist, then there's no point in doing any market research, because who cares? You're just going to make the game that you want to make, you know? That's kind of my thoughts. You want to make money? Then probably prioritize potential and do a lot of research. You want to make money, but you don't want to make a game? Okay. Well, there's a lot of things you can do then, because making a game does not make money. You got to do something boring. You got to figure out like I don't know, an app that optimizes shipping container logistics or something like that, you know? An app that tracks efficient water usage for golf courses that are being watered. I don't know. From the coding, they will try to make you try products with coding and automatic products so you can generate money by yourself. That's tough because it's very saturated, but you can do it. You can find something. Making a game is probably the hardest way to make money. I'd imagine it's more fun. These ideas are fire. I don't know. They're just boring things I'm thinking of. I don't think they're that, like, there is stuff. That's the gist, though, right? To me, that's the gist. If you're trying to look for something, is you look for something weird like that. That most people would consider boring. That's where people make money. Or, like, I heard a lot of boomers are selling their small businesses right now that have like $1 million in recurring revenue and client bases, and there's a ton of boring business out there, like installing pool equipment and stuff, you know? Yeah, under the radar and boring, selling to private equity. Yeah. All right, we're juicing up my map editor for the mud. We're trying to juice it up so that it so that when I'm left helpless without any coding assistance, this will be really easy. So I made all the connections colored because I could not. They were like the same faint color as the grid, and then I doubled the thickness. We added new options when you right click here for, okay, I still don't see it. All right, we're adding like 30 new Suno songs to this playlist right now. We're going to generate them. Let's make an example. Making YouTube vids automatically, is it hard? Yeah, Carter's the expert here. He's got 100K subs or more. It's hard to do it well. But I think 2K milestone should be... I think you can get one more follower. Oh, yeah. I asked earlier. I was like, yo, who's going to be number 2000? So we could hear the follow sound. 100K. He's in the 100K club. It's more than that. So he's the expert here. I would take his advice that says it's hard to do it well. I mean, that's literally everything. You got the silver play. Oh, you got the plaque at your place. That's awesome, dude. It's the small one. That's crazy for 100K. You get the... Wait, is it still silver if you get 1 million? When do you get the gold one? Is the gold one 1 million? You're stuck in development mode. Boom, you should make videos. They shrunk them a few years ago. They shrinkflationed the YouTube rewards. The plaques. Even the YouTube plaques got shrinkflationed. Oh my gosh. Google's like, all right, guys, we got to really cut back on our spending this year. The economy's bad. What should we do? They're like, dude, these plaques we keep sending out are costing us too much money. Let's cut them down by 30%. It'll save us like $5 a year. You barely missed the big plaque? Oh my gosh, dude. That's a scam. You're like one click away from downing some energy drinks and working on your project. What do you mean you're one click away? Yeah, I don't know what you would make YouTube videos out of, Boom. Like I said, I think right now you could post shorts and TikToks, especially, of just like the most chaotic moments, like when the cheese counter hit 1,000. That would have been extremely awesome, high energy TikTok. Art tutorials you'd watch? Yeah, those are tough. That's like a whole project. But Boom has the capability of doing that. But I think moments like the 1,000 cheese per minute counter, like that's those kind of just insane moments should just be tossed up on a YouTube Shorts and TikToks, and they'll just be hilarious and like grow like an audience over time. You know, your art tutorial would be like, stop watching this, go practice. Grindy work with a knowledge transfer would be sick. Learn this for $9.97. There you go. AI art. It's badly watched in US. What do you mean people don't like it? Roshi? I use it all the time. But yes, there's a lot of people that don't like AI stuff. Dude, this one turned out really cool. Like negative C, yes. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. Because most of it's pretty bad. Like, most of it is bad. On the first try, it's pretty bad. But you can fix it and get something better. Here is different. Oh, people in South Korea think AI art is cool. Oh, that's nice. Your tutorial course is just Shia LaBeouf screaming, just do it. Oh, yeah. The YouTube guide I made on Midjourney got 250,000 views. Oh, my gosh. There are niches of people that are interested in it. Sorry. Dude, I tried to make a guide on Photoshop stuff. Oh my god, it's an hour long, bro. How long did this take you to make? Wait, why am I not subbed to you? This is crazy. You made an hour-long Mid-Journey guide. That's some dedication, dude. Wow, you're going like A to Z right from the beginning. Oh, this is 3 years old. Wow. Yeah, that's old Mid-Journey. Was still using the Discord bot at this time? I was surprised how negatively they talk about it from Twitch. YouTube is global. Photoshop skills are unreal. I have an Instagram account doing videos with AI. How's that doing, Roji? Yeah, the AI has gotten like political in the United States. It's starting to become a little bit of a political thing because of the data centers are like being built here, and so people are dealing with their electricity bills going up and stuff. You stop because of work? Oh, nice. I mean, not nice, but I mean, oh, word. I'm about to post some AI videos pretty soon. Data centers is a scapegoat? Yeah, it's just also, it's the same, like, groups of people that love just hating stuff in general because they're, like there's just people that, like, hate a lot of stuff. It's because they don't like themselves, you know? There's some kind of deep-seated there's people that have valid concerns and valid things to be upset about in the data centers. Like mainly the people that live in the immediate vicinity while they're being constructed. Their rent is going up, their electricity is going up, all that stuff. There's some portion of the haters that are just like the types of people that are the persistent, you know. They always need something to like put their laser focus of hate on, because they're always like hating stuff because they don't like themselves. So they got to find other things to be angry on the internet all the time about. That's not all the AI haters. It's just a group, a portion of them. They're the same people that just troll people on the internet for fun, you know? What is our attack vector? The data centers, they're evil. You can watch from mine as you want. I'd love to. Yeah, sure, dude. I'll look at your AI videos. As long as there's no copyrighted music in it. Because I'm streaming on YouTube right now. The noise and pollution is bad. Even if they were printing food and solving cancer. Yeah. That's the problem, is people don't see, like, dude, we're trying to climb the Kardashev scale, man. We're trying to Kardashev max. That's why my electricity bill was $600 this month. Right here, this is us. We're trying to do this. We're trying to become a galactic civilization, dude. Which means we need more data centers. The whole moon's going to be covered in data centers. And become a spaceport that we sling ourselves off of to go hang out at the moons of Jupiter and Mars for vacations. You made the music yourself? Okay, good, Roji. Yeah, I just am scared of getting a copyright strike on. Nice. All right, here's Roji's AI art account. Oh, nice. You were doing the robot girl subgenre. Oh, that's a cool scene. Don't be harsher. Replace the moon with a stick of RAM. Music? You want me to hear music? Is you Suno to make the music? Yes, Suno? Nice. Gravify. Oh, wait. That's Somatos. Somatos is awesome, by the way. I don't think Somatos would trigger the copyright, but just in case. Somatos is really cool, man. That's crazy you know about his music. It's a Stingray ship. Yeah, that's how you spell it. It's cool. The light flickering is matching like the. This is Roji's AI art account, Python. Yeah. Cool, man. That's fun, dude. Yeah, AI art accounts are great on Instagram. I think they're awesome. I really like I like this guy. Let me see. Oh, I missed your comment earlier, Boom. You're a robot. Yes, you are a robot, girl. Stone Python. You're always playing banging ass music, dude. That was his song. Roji here made that song with Suno. Gravifly. feel like you're gonna enter the next dimension. Yeah, he did a pretty good job on that song. I like this guy's account a lot. Have you seen this guy?
Welcome to Murmur Junction, the city between cities. You're probably feeling just a little bit confused. If you're like most visitors to Murmur Junction, you likely have no idea how you got here. Not to worry though, friend. The city between cities is ready to accommodate your every need. Hungry or tired? The residents of any apartment or house with a red door will happily accommodate you for however long you need. Just knock 3 times and say, "I am formally requesting your hospitality." For the duration of your stay, do not look your host in the eyes, and do not attempt this at any residence with a different colored door. Need to resupply? Visit any of the vendors in the market Nonagon to pick up almost anything you might need. Their prices may seem strange, but don't fret. Customers in Murmur Junction always get exactly what they pay for. Feeling ready to leave? Make sure you pick up a map of the city's myriad access and egress points at the Visitors Information Center in the middle of town. You cannot leave the junction by simply walking its streets. To depart, you'll have to follow one of the hidden byway access paths, none of which will be easily found on your own. Finally, know that the junction imposes a strict curfew on its visitors. Nighttime visits infrequently, but when the light begins to fade, make sure you're not on the street. Thanks for visiting Murmur Junction. We're sure you'll be back.
Yeah, that one's cool. And then Plum Lot. This guy's cool too. Let me see if I can find a short one. This one? This one's cool. It didn't look like trash, right? No, it looked pretty cool, man. It looks like AI art, which I like. But yeah, a lot of people don't like it. Yeah, that's like what this guy's videos are like. And he has a bunch of story ones too. I really like these kind of world building things, which you were doing. You were like trying to tell a story with yours, which is cool. How'd she get a feather on the moon? I don't know, dude. AI songs. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun, man. I think the AI videos are a good entry points for people to build up a following for like an artistic vision. You took like 5 or 6 days for that 2-minute reel. It's very time consuming. Yeah, it is. especially like we're using Midjourney to make images and stuff. Like, it takes me like each little clip takes like 20 or 30 minutes. Because of having to go through the style generator in Midjourney for a bunch of stuff. Like, it takes a while to get an image like this. You always wanted to use Midjourney? It's pretty awesome, dude. Their style creator is what, and their personalized profiles and the style creator is what lets you get like these kinds of styles of images like you're seeing on You only try the free stuff? Yeah, Midjourney's the best for making images right now. There's nothing better. Look at these spiders, dude. Your Midjourney is super personalized. Thanks, dude. Like I said, I spent like 6 hours on my personalized profiles. This one's really good. I need to make sure that I use this one for something. This looks like a vampire's house or something. This looks like a vampire's house for sure. In here we see a lot of AI in advertisements. Oh, really? That's crazy. There's such a difference. But it doesn't surprise me because all the East Asian countries are way more in the future and embracing of new technology than like, I don't know. The West does too, right? A lot of this got created in America, you know. But it's like a small subsection of people that are super hyper techie. It's like in America. Seems to be a lot of people always resistant to change. You are open-minded with AI? Yeah, it seems like it, dude. Well, it sounds like when I start making my video series, I need to advertise it in South Korea. These pink wizards. These were a mistake. Oh, these are crazy. Dude, these are sick too. You once tried Korean mask? Let me see. What's this reel? We're gonna do a lot of AI art this week after my subscription ends. Creatures. This is pretty cool. Oh my. What's it gonna turn into? Nice. You want to try Korean mask? What does that mean in Korean? Dude, I want to learn Korean eventually, man. Oh, that's the name for the mask. Cool. Stop it, Brave. What are you doing, Brave? Okay, sorry. I don't know. Sometimes when I resize my windows, everything lags like crazy. Cool, man. I made a tool on my website, by the way, for learning Korean and Mandarin and Japanese. I spent a bunch of AI tokens on this. Like, you can do a bunch of practice. Practice sentences here if you're trying to type English to Korean or Korean to English. When I made it a couple weeks ago because I had a bunch of AI tokens left to spend. But yeah, you can do the same thing for practicing Mandarin. Let's see, this is hello. I don't know what Ting Zhuo means. You make for money or for future? If I could translate North Sentinelese? I don't know, dude. Go find that out. Let us know. Did I make it for? No, I made it to use my AI subscription, my programming subscription tokens. You know, like each week you have things you can use the AI on. Right? So you get so much usage of the AI for programming every week. And I just wanted to use it on something, so I used it on this Mandarin, Japanese, and Korean study guide. I'm never going to get through all this. Like, this is impossible. This will take forever, a whole lifetime. Yeah, here, I'll post it. You might be able to use the, it might help you with English somehow. Because you just go back and forth on the practice mode here. Korean, I haven't tried learning Korean yet. I haven't even tried. I just want to because there's a lot of video game publishers over there. And I like Korean MMOs. Like, I play Black Desert and Blade and Soul and like Throne and Liberty and stuff. So eventually I want to learn. I haven't even tried yet though. I've been trying to learn Mandarin first. Because I figure if I learn Mandarin first, then Japanese will be easier and then I can do Korean after, but so I haven't tried Korean yet. I'm going to apply for a job next week to work on MapleStory, though. And if I get that job, I'll have to learn Korean. Yeah, MapleStory. Yeah, I played it a lot. Dude, I played MapleStory in 2007. 2006, 2007, I was playing MapleStory. Before the Pirates came out. All right. We gotta figure out what we're doing next. foreigners play? Oh, dude, a lot. MapleStory is pretty well known actually in the West. There's a lot of other games I play that no one knew about. Like I played this game, Hero Online. If we can get a good screenshot of it. No, don't put me on Facebook. Oh, this doesn't even load anymore. That's why they're all blurry. Played this game. I played Scions of Fate. Yo, thanks for the follow, Roji. You are follower number 2,000. Woo! You're the 2,000th follower of the stream, dude. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Nice number. Yeah, dude. $1,000 bits from Carter. Thank you, dude. That's huge. Huge. Dude, what? I thought I had custom stuff for bits. What happened? Streamlabs dashboard. Let's look it up. D, Stefan H, what's up? Cool game vibe coding. Thanks, man. Yeah, we vibe coded a whole game engine, and the game engine is specifically built to make vibe coding a game even easier than Unity or Unreal. Dude, what? I had a custom bits icon. Where'd it go? Oh, that's for points. There's a bit sound too. Why didn't it play? Interesting. What was that sound effect, dude? Oh, it's just playing for like 1,000 times over. It's like a cha-ching sound. I don't know why I didn't play. Huh. You wish you could learn those 2 courses you bet you learn a lot? Dude, you have YouTube, man. You can go learn anything. You can go learn anything on YouTube. Nothing's holding you back, Roji. You have AI now. Talk to AI everything. Go ask the AI for help. All right, we're good now. Sorry, the stream got laggy. the stream got laggy because we got our frame rate back. So the performance issues got sorted out with the new multi-threading system. So we now have every single one of these 16 NPCs, their animations are being processed on a separate CPU core, on a separate thread. So we got our frame rate back so much that once again the engine is causing the stream to lose frames if I leave the frame rate uncapped. So that's a good sign. Let's see what happens if I hit play. The frame rate was dropping down to 30. Oh yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. We're at 40 FPS. Always mentoring and consulting you. Yes, but in those courses, they keep pushing you and tell you what you do wrong. Yeah, that's true. But you'll learn a lot, too, by just doing YouTube. All right, let me see if we can get the hitch to happen when a fight starts. I see. Did the hitch happen? All right, the 5-hour cap reset on Codex. We now have until 1 a.m. We got a new 5-hour session window from Codex. Where are we at on our Claude usage? 37%. I've already used 8% of the weekly. Courses are good for learning one thing, not mastering something. If you want to get really good, I'd find someone who's doing it. You want to do an estimate and pay a few hours a month to ask some questions. They bring those people there. Interesting. Whoa. All right, all these tunes have been pretty decent. Let me add all these tunes to that playlist. Whoa. Is this the one where I asked it to make Phantasy Star music? Whoa. We might need to ask for some more Phantasy Star style music from Suno. I thought that might give some good results. Oh, the Matrix, what's up? Hi, what am I doing? Fantasy Star vibes, nice. Just a question, What's the question? Is vibe coding a game engine too? Yeah. Yes, that's why I'm interested in Taylor's course to YouTube. They bring actual people. Nice. Matrix, yes, so I vibe coded a game engine. And the AI is making 3 different games with the game engine. And the main one is we're trying to port this like game that I made in a different engine. We're trying to make the sequel to it with my custom engine. So this is what it looks. This is what it looks like right now. Oh, whoa, we're lagging like crazy. Because we're loading all the UI textures. So it looks like if I go here, then we get into a fight. I'm in a fight. Boom. Like play these cards. You made .pys that do AI loop for 3D game project? What do you mean pys? There's no Python. The engine's in Zig. It's Zig and AngelScript. But the AI can, because we made the engine, the AI can like, yeah, it can keep going on loop until it fixes a bug or implements a feature. You had it, but needs GPU? Oh, you were trying to do a game engine thing, but you don't have a computer with a dedicated GPU? Am I just fixing the lag today? Yeah. I think we just fixed most of it. Yeah, it fixed the battle start hitch. It says max frame is 324 milliseconds. After warm pool pass, max frame 79. Yes, battle event would change. Battle power enemy box bound during Fox's name above his head is using his folder cat. Instead. Software like GPT, but with more tabs to choose from. .5 hours to fix. Yeah, it's true. It fixed the UI lag. It fixed the thing. But at the same time, what we realized too is that the all the code for multi-threading, the skinned meshes, and the UI loading and stuff was fragmented across. I asked for Phantasy Star Online music from Suno. Let's see what we get. This is way too retro. It's in GitHub, but it's for Linux. Software like GPT, but and ran Matrix OS. Cool for you, dude. Good night. All right, Matrix. Oh, it's not Matrix OS. It's Matrix OS. Nice, dude. One question: do you need very high specs when learning coding? No. Yeah, definitely not with AI right now. You need high specs if you're gonna use like Unreal Engine. One of the only things I can think of right now that legit requires high specs. Wait, is Boom streaming again? Am I seeing that right? Yeah, she's streaming again. I was like, wait, what? A bit of a regression day, but you gotta fix it before it gets too off track. So it's a good day. Yeah. Well, the other thing that we ran into is that the multi-threading was fragmented across the code base. It was running the threads differently, and this guy unified it. So you have one like core piece of the engine that all the other pieces can just like add workers to. All right, the Phantasy Star music's kind of not exactly Phantasy Star. All right, we're going back to this stuff. 4 terminals do random stuff. They're all doing different things. This guy's working on the engine. Thread optimization assessment is done. It feels so polished and threads are right. Yeah. We got all our frames back. This guy's working on the chess game. So the other thing is the chess game is it's been porting. This is my chess game I built in Unreal. It's been taking all the logic from my blueprints here. And we installed an Unreal MCP into this project. So the AI is copying my logic from this Unreal project into the chess game right now. So that's what one of these codecs has been doing the whole day. He's porting this. And then the other thing that's happening is I fixed some stuff with the launcher, and then on the mud we improved the map editor today as well. So there's a lot more going on than just optimizing Marlequin. Also, we got some of the inventory stuff working in Marlequin. That's not as obvious yet. He's checking that. What AI model encoder? No, I'm using codecs today. We're using them as all codecs. And the other thing we did is we added some functionality here. Okay. Apple AI? No, OpenAI AI. Codex is OpenAI. Hey, I don't see the new right-click menu options on the room in the map editor. Is the binary stale for the mud? This one, Matrix OS. Hang on. ChatGPT codecs. This is what we're using. What's he supposed to do for chess? Right now it's getting it's copying. I made like a chess game, but it's crazier than like normal chess. It's got all these extra boards and stuff. I made this in Unreal Engine like a year ago. And so what the AI is doing is it's copying everything from this game into a version of it that I'm making with my own game engine. Do I play normal chess? Not that often. I'm okay. I'm not very good at. My brother's way better than me. But I still want to make this game that's like a crazy cracked out version of chess. I'm copying. It's inspired by an anime game called this. What's my ELOs? Dude, I have no idea. I've never even played like seriously online like ever. Probably be like 800. What's yours? Do you take it seriously? This game from an anime. This is what inspired the game that we're trying to make. So that's what the chess game is going to become. It's going to become this one. But right now it's like mostly basic chess because that's where you start when you're trying to make like a board game for the first time in like a new engine. You know? You're like, okay, I'm going to make a board game. I'm in a new engine that I'm unfamiliar with. And I want it to be multiplayer. So let's make just standard chess. So that's all I've accomplished so far with the new engine. Zeal Gaming, what's up, dude? Welcome, new YouTuber. It's a cool idea. Dude, AI has, or not AI, anime. Anime has a lot of really cool mini games and stuff. To copy and to take from. Because they always just, they come up with sick vibes for like a game in anime. But you know, the rules are always like really loose and like open to interpretation. So it's like pretty prime for coming up with some cool stuff when you want to like fill in the gaps design wise with what they don't explain, you know? You need me to type on that one? Oh, that's you, Zeal Sane. What's up, dude? Yeah, another one is the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. The Yu-Gi-Oh manga, every like chapter in the early ones, it's not the card game. It's about the Yugi Egyptian god or whatever, like that's the gamer guy. He plays a different game in every single thing and turns it into like a shadow game and stuff. It's pretty crazy. So there's a lot of good content for game design ideas for your imagination in the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. Posted network chess plus magic chess on the separate export path. I could just listen to this tune. Wow, this one sounds the exact same. Oh, Suno. You want to make a 3D game using Blender? Do it, man. Was that the loading screen? I don't know which one you saw. Now, while I was just cutting grass doing yard work. You make some really cool visuals, Trickery. Thanks, man. I'm an artist, bro. I spend a lot of time thinking about colors and textures. I'm not the best artist, though. There's way better than me. What is this music? All right, we're down to 45 FPS while the game is running. It's not good. Have I ever played Kingdom Come Deliverance? No, I haven't. I know what it is, though. I've seen it. It's like first-person medieval combat stuff. It looks pretty cool. Do you play that game a lot? Yo, RAPG 109, thank you for the follow. Try to go to the Neurofunk drum bass on Suno. We'll see what this is like. I'm just trying to switch it up. I've been listening to the same music for a while now, but this might get old too. Might be too crazy. I might have to think of some other genres for us to give Suno. We could try to get in to make some video game music or something. That'd be might be interesting. It takes more time than real life. That's how much you play Kingdom Come Deliverance. You play it more than you play real life. It's a lie, dude. This is Suno being more intense. It's attempt. Have you checked out 11 Labs for scoring the game's music sound effects? I've never used 11 Labs for music. I've only used it for voiceovers. I've used it for text-to-speech. I've never used it for music. 11 Labs does music now. What in the world? It's very flexible for music. I think it'd be good for the kind of background music that needs to loop in the background. Oh, for like game ambience and stuff? Huh. Cinematic orchestral music. Edit the song segments? Oh, that's pretty cool. Alright, we're still figuring out performance issues right now. And then we're going to work on like the inventory and stuff. But the performance dropped down to 40 FPS only when the game is running. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, Suno. That's Suno doing a more intense song. Dude, this sounds like... Suno's attempt at halftime. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know what music we could listen to. We're gonna try to break it up from the drum and bass. What's your problem? Phantasy Star music? I literally just said Phantasy Star music. The Phantasy Star drum and bass was better. When we said Phantasy Star Online. Intelligent. 90s. Drum and bass. 150 to 164 BPM. You can't zoom on the playlist browser? Oh yeah, there's too much stuff, man. Turning out so much Suno music, it's not even funny. Well, it is kind of funny. All right. We'll see what we get for more Fantasy Star style drum bass in a minute. The mic's eating my face. Yeah, if I'm on the other side of it, it's like it green screens it. All right, found and fixed the battle UI timer bars. Okay, this is having to do a lot of work on the UI stuff here. So I don't think I can really open this project for a moment. You can talk to agents via terminals? Yep. Yeah, I just use the Windows key plus H. All right, let's see if this got fixed. Nice. I got some awesome way to do connections here. This is so much faster. I'm gonna be able to edit this map way faster with these tools now. Okay, go ahead and push all these map editor changes into main. Linux is cool in your opinion? Linux is cool. I've got too much stuff that is Windows only that I have to use though. Try your hand at it and not sure how it compares. Let's see. You might update yours. Yeah, I like cyan and black. That's my whole color scheme is cyan and black. Let's see what we got. Man. No, I actually like that more than Suno. I like that it's more like background. It's just chill and vibey. I just tried the same prompt on Suno. Let's see what we get. Like maybe saying that it's chill and it's like vibey or whatever will give us a different result. But I actually kind of like how it's not like, you know what I mean? Like Suno is so busy sometimes. This is really cool how it's actually like held back, actually. So I like this a lot. I want more of this. I've got a bunch of 11 Labs credits right now. No lyrics unless you want them. Nope, no lyrics. Where is their instrumental button? Do they have an instrumental button like Suno does? Yeah, see, like, dude, here's the exact same prompt in Suno. So here's this prompt here. Like, I don't know, it's just cool. It's like boom, 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 like a slow thing. And then Suno, right off the rip, exact same prompt, like chill coding, vibe coffee. This is us telling Suno to be chill. What? It's going straight to the vocal runs. I set it to instrumental too. So there you go, man. Rocket League menu, yeah. Suno has no chill. Even when you literally tell it to be chill, which we just did. What in the world? This is the exact same prompt. Dude, I like the 11 Labs output for not making my head spin sometimes. It's still dropping like that? Yeah. Even with the word chill, it's doing, like, Suno doesn't chill, dude. It's cool, but it's part of what I get tired of. Instrumental. What's this? Number of variants? Dude, I don't want the... I hate the variants. Duration. Duration, 2 minutes. Custom, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. That's all I want. Yeah, this is Suno on chill. Oh, dude, it's going to be 2,200 credits. Yeah, let's see what we get. That's part of why I give Suno specific BPM ranges for the music, is to try to like chill it out some and like make it do a slower BPM than what it's supposed to do for that genre. There's the instrumental button. You might have to prompt it with that toggled. I chose instrumental earlier. This is auto. Instrumental? Lyrics off. What? That's confusing. This is instrumental. Alright, so basically the same prompt. What do we get out of 11 labs? This is way cooler to me. I don't know. This is what I want for like background working music. Can you do playlists with them? Might be able to autoplay. I don't know. I like this, but it's gonna chew through a bunch of credits. Let's try it though. This is way better, dude. Change the actual timer, says auto, not in the prompt. Well, I was gonna try it. I was gonna try it with auto, and then because I like how in Suno you get like a variation in the time. You know, like it doesn't need to be exactly 2.5 minutes. So I want to try and see what it does when I no fine tune. Okay. Prompt violated it because I mentioned the name of a video game. And we just changed fantasy from PH to F, and then we're good. Okay, I chose 3 minutes long for this with auto and with telling it 2 to 3 minute long track. Damn, it generates fast. This is not drum and bass. You like this? Okay. It's pretty good. Click the dots on the side and hit open in project. You can edit parts of the song. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Wait, so you can go here and you can like prompt it? Oh, you can remove like a whole buildup and stuff that you don't want. That's pretty cool, man. This is 11 Labs. This is the one you normally use for vocal generation. All right, I don't know why this is not drum and bass. It was okay. Let's see what we get this time. Hey, we got Starstream 2050. Maybe we got another cool one. Game background music and stuff would be sick. I think you could get it dialed. Yeah, for sure. It holds back a lot more than Suno. And like these breakdown parts and stuff, it's actually closer to like what a person would do in terms of minimalism. Suno just is balls to the wall like 100% of the time. Timing the modem beeps kind of, it is cool. Tuso, what's up? Well, that was cool. I still like yours more than... That one's awesome. That one's awesome. That one's actually really good. Let's try. I'm gonna try. I don't want to burn a bunch of 11 Labs credits on the music, unfortunately, because it's pretty expensive. 2,600 credits a song. I've only got about 100,000 credits left, and I need them for generating voice clips of all the like word and character pronunciations for the language learning tool. So I'm gonna save some of the 11 Labs credits, but with Suno, I want to try making some future garage with it, crossed with drum and bass. Let's see if we can get to chill out. Maybe we ask for future garage. Take the URLs and vibe code a player that runs through them. I'll get a few songs sharing. Welcome to get there. Word. Yeah, let's figure it out. This is funny. My friend sent this. Researchers let AI models run a simulated society. Claude was the safest, and Grok committed 180 crimes and went extinct within 4 days. World run by AI agents. Oh man, I can't read this whole thing. It's pretty funny though on the article title though. Did we do it? Did we get Suno to calm down? Still wants to huck in the Suno special vocals. All right, I'm trying different Suno model versions for, we're going to start generating some future garage. Get out of the drum and bass land a little bit. It's getting late. Man, I gotta heat up some dinner. Oh, yo, Halcyon, what's up? Jesus, that screen, it is the Matrix? Yes. We are living in the Matrix. I'm having to listen to Suno music all day long right now because we're multi-streaming to YouTube, and I get copyright struck if I don't just listen to Suno all day. We're trying to see. Oh, this is not Future Garage with deep respaces. We're experimenting with trying to get some different music I can listen to. Future Sci-Fi Garage. Ambient Sci-Fi Future Garage with deep respaces. On 5.5 Suno. You feel like you're in an elevator? Yeah. It's giving elevator vibes a little bit. The whole day we've been listening to mainly like this. Like I asked for 90s style jungle drum and bass that belongs on like the Sega Dreamcast is mostly what we've been listening to today. This is a little more like heavier. But something like that one's really silly. We listen to stuff like no. Oh my God, they're all crazy. Yes, this one's cool. There you go. Tsunami type shit. Yeah. Exactly it. This type of vibes. I asked it for classy casino, like Dreamcast drum and bass, because I was thinking like the casino level in Sonic Adventure. Yo, Kyle's here. Synetics, what's up, dude? We're having our Saturday multi-stream to YouTube, so it's been a party. Oh, we just got our 2,000th follower today. Follower number 2,000 happened a little bit ago. It's not bad. I remember when I was a kid, I found a torrent for the Toonami soundtrack and burned a CD and listened to it for a good month. Yeah, it was great. It was really good. That's awesome. That's a good story for the Toonami soundtrack. Yo, Halcyon, you want to see what we've been up to? What Trickery has been commanding me to do? There's a lot going on. A lot of exciting stuff. I've been jobless since the end of February. And then we started figuring out that AI can do some crazy stuff right now. Your job's not... Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you what... Jobless hype? Yeah. I was going to ask you more about that, but I sent you the mud thing, and then... And I didn't want to, like, overwhelm you with, like, an essay or something, a ton of questions. Again, I would totally just spin a folder of this stuff. Who cares? Yeah, it's pretty good, dude. Damn. Host your mud this weekend? Yeah, figure out how to host it. Did someone say, I don't know, hostile work environment, so you told them to fuck yourself? Oh my gosh. You were there for like a while, right? Like couple years. Yeah, just. But yeah, anyways, Halcyon. I'll give you the fast tour of some cool stuff if you want to see it. Here's the first big news. We are working on the sequel, the spiritual successor to hang on, wait for the lag. It's loading all the UI elements. We are working on the spiritual successor to Puppet Masters. And this is in a game engine that I made completely with AI. AI programmed the entire game engine from scratch. So I'm not using Unreal anymore. We're not tied to a UGC platform. We're not even tied to Steam anymore. I vibe coded my own launcher too, that people can download through the website. Yeah, it's pretty rough right now. I'm only 2 months in to making this game engine and remaking all the gameplay, as fast as I can. We just got the loot working. Yep, so we're just roughly getting things working. It's kind of like block out. I got the deck editor working. Check it out. All the images are like mid-journey generated for now. You miss hanging out on Core working on stuff? Yeah. I feel like everybody that worked on Core misses it. The scene in it was really cool and like, I don't know, it's like the right community size, You did a really good job on the equipment and the writing. Yeah, these are all the Quest NPCs for now. It's all like placeholder. This is like models that I bought off itch.io for like $50, right? So that's why the styles are so mismatched. Like these guys look like they're from like a Dark Souls PSX pack or something. Like they're all pretty weird looking. Let's see if we can figure out how to remove the mount requirement. Here's the other thing. With the AI, you don't have to type anymore either. You just program by talking to it. Hey, does one of the cheat stashes for when I start playing the game have the mount license unlocked already? If so, which one should I be using? Have it look. I don't know which cheat stash. I want to show you the mounts. We got the coolest mount you've ever seen in the whole world, Halcyon. This was Boom's idea. We got a new Nuldrums team member now that specializes in a bunch of 3D modeling stuff also that you should meet sometime. But she had the idea for this mount and is also the one who gave Trickery his mount. But I gotta show you this mount that was a crazy idea last weekend. I think you'd appreciate it. What am I looking for? Inventory. Oh, inventory debug. Stash collector. Dev cheat. All right, I should have the mount license with dev cheat. I do not. Okay, I don't have a mount license. We got to show you the mounts. We got mounts in here. We got a wolf, and we got a secret one. Yeah, so the sequel to Puppet Masters is being made. I'm making all these at the same time because the AI can all work on them separately. So the other things we're making is I'm making this crazy board game that I made in Unreal last year, and I'm porting this over to the game engine also. It's based off of a board game from an anime called Prosphere. It's like interdimensional chess or something. It's going to be really crazy. Then the other thing we're making, this one's cool, you might like this too, is we're making a mud out of the Nuldrums world. That's playable in the web browser. It's playable right now, but it's not like great. Like the design is a little messed up. The AI made the map and it like really messed the map up. The AI got super confused. I fed it all the lore from the Nuldrums of like the creatures and the POIs and stuff in the world and the regions. And I asked it to make all the map and stuff, and the map's kind of messed up. So right now the mud is playable. You can play it in a browser, and you can play it on mobile, too. But I have to go through and finish fixing up, like, the connections for all the rooms in the mud and stuff to make it really good. Right now, it's a fun little thing you can kind of check out, but it's not polished design-wise. I'm going to keep polishing it. So we have a mud, and then we have... the Nuldrums MMO, the planned release date is 2036. So the Nuldrums MMO is going to come out in 10 years from now. And the mud is like the prototype to force me to come up with all the classes and the races and the regions and stuff, you know? We got a little button here for investors to invest $100 million, you know, if they just feel like it for the MMO. And then, yeah, it rains money. Look. Ching. Did this little AI video. And then, this is you should check this out. I sent you the website, I think like 2 years ago when I made like just all I had working really was the nav bar in some of these races and stuff. But now with the AI in the last month, it's gotten crazy. I was able to make these like custom shaped buttons for the regions of the world. So you can go to like the Nuldrums. There needs to be more here, right? Because this is the Nuldrums was where like Puppet Masters takes place, you know. So I want to talk more in here about the lore that belongs in Puppet Masters, about the Grand Order and all that stuff. And then you can go look at the capital city Hexalith. And there's a bunch of cool like toys and stuff in here. And like tools. There's like a color palette tool over here. There's just to burn a bunch of AI tokens. There's a whole tool for learning Mandarin, Japanese, and Korean, which is ridiculous. I was just burning AI subscription tokens. There's a camera guide here for learning different terminology for film camera angles, because I needed to learn this because I'm also we're making a video short series of the Nuldrums. This is my first attempt at trying to use Nully and Trickery as like characters in like an animated short. But the video series is going to be about season 1 of the Nuldrums video short series is coming out in like July is my plan right now, to try to get like followers, you know, for the whole like fantasy of the world and stuff on like Instagram and stuff. I'll show you what one of them looks like. So it's going to be a 12 episode series. Yeah, back over to, so the website has these tools for learning like cinematography, learning Korean and Mandarin and stuff, which I'm trying to learn for game dev, talk for business, for like talking to publishers and stuff. And then over here we've got in the technology side, we've got a clubhouse. We've got 2 kind of empty POIs right now, but they just look cool. What? Why is the video not playing? I guess the video didn't get uploaded. Yeah. Okay, there's supposed to be a video on that one. Huh. We've got the this science lab. If you go here, there's a ton of cool like real computer science and programming knowledge stuff over here. I've got a study guide for like all of computer science basically. And with interactive diagrams that I burned a bunch of AI tokens on. And I've got to and I'm actually going to go through this next month because I'm going to be applying and studying for gameplay engineering jobs. There's one for AI, and there's ones for game engine stuff. And then on the fantasy side, there's the foothills that the fox people live in. You can go explore this. I'm not going to spoil it. There's a maze that changes, that shifts every day. There's a forest maze here where you end up like back where you started a bunch. And then over here in the castle, there's the mud compendium for like just cool races and classes from muds for game design ideas. And then there's a game that's like Quap, but you're a wizard blowing big vape clouds. You can shape them. This game is still kind of rough. It needs some more help, but it's the idea is finally there. I think what we need is the ability to like lock like layers and stuff. What does MUD stand for? Multi-user dungeon. It was the precursor to MMOs. It's basically just an MMO, but in a text based form. Yeah. Yeah, so the Nuldrums website is like a cool, like, I wanted to feel like a cool, like, old site, like when you discovered Neopets or something for the first time, you know? And then, we've got merchandise, too. The AI helped me set all this up. This actually works. Print-on-demand merch. I have one of the shirts, and I have the socks. My brother ordered the shirts. Oh yeah, and then where's the launcher? And then here's the software, and here's the game launcher. for playing the chess game, or Puppet Masters, it takes you to the web page. The Mud takes you to the browser page. This is a tool I made for clipping streams. But yeah, like we'll launch the chess game real quick so you can see it works. Boom. There we go. Ooh, all right. Well, that's everything. Actually, it never is. Every time I tell people that's everything, it's like, oh, there's actually like 10 other small things we made. So much time AI. I tried to use it. If you think it's so bad to understand what I wanted, you gave up. Really? Which one did you use? It's pretty insane right now. Yeah, I did like all of this with AI. I haven't looked at any of the code. ChatGPT and Gemini. Yeah, the way you get it to be good right now is you need to use what you to get good use out of it, you need to use Claude and Claude Code. So if you use their desktop app, you can go to Code here and get it to do stuff. But what I've got going on is the Claude Code in the terminal. So when you use Claude in a terminal like this, it has access to the folders and the files in that folder where you start using it, you know, and it can add and edit and like add all the code like all on its own, you know what I mean? And we put auto mode on. You don't have to give it permission or anything. It just goes. So you just ask it to do stuff and it just does stuff. So Claude is the best one right now, like all around. You just have to get the $20 plan for it and you can start making some crazy stuff. But yeah, what you want to use is you either want to use the code mode or the co-work mode where it has direct access to files and can just edit those files autonomously. Or the version that you install that works in like PowerShell or Terminal. And that's how you get the crazy stuff. Where you're no longer like copy pasting from like a web chat anymore, you know? You're not going back and forth. It's doing all the back and forth on its own. And if it has like a bug, it can just like fix it. It'll automatically be like, oh, there's a bug. Let me fix that. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, so that's what I would try if if you want to try again. If you have any programming ideas. I was using Claude here. This is the other cool thing. You can tell it to give you interactive web or interactive diagrams with stuff. So like I asked it like, hey, we need more regions in the mud. You know, help me fill it out and then give me an interactive top-down diagram of the world for us to figure out what kind of regions we want to add. I was using it mostly to help create TTRPG modules and some art, but so far the AI has been complete trash at it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the art is not great. The art is a struggle. This is my mid-journey. I get some crazy stuff, but it takes a lot of work. And you still don't quite get what you want, especially not video game art. Like I made all these icons, right? Icons with it, but this is more detailed than an icon should be. For the Puppet Master sequel. It's alright, but you can't really use it for a lot of video game art. The TTRPG stuff, it's probably going to struggle with something that there's not a lot of data on, potentially. Also, like, I don't know how much it can automatically manipulate the files you need for that. That's why I built my own game engine, is because even with Unreal and Unity, there's a lot of stuff it can't do. Because the file format is stored in like a binary format in those engines, and so like it sucks at trying to edit those things on its own. So that's why I had to make my own engine. JLZLOL, what's up? Thanks for the follow, dude. Yeah. Well, if you want any help getting started on Claude Code, just let me know. Help you evolve out of the web chat caveman days of using AI to code. It could probably do a little bit better on the tabletop RPG stuff if it was Claude Code. I don't know that exactly. Here's like one of the shorts. So this is one of 12.
Synthsistence. Grown from a neuron, plucked from the mind of a world synth. The synthstants gather data for them about the formed worlds. They make efforts to focus on their task of being an observer, but sometimes meddle in the lives of denizens if they have become sufficiently bored of their duties. Few can match their omniscience of the world they were assigned. Nully is the synthsistant overseeing our world. A three-eyed...
So I gotta fill in the gap there, because I just added a whole bunch more to the script on a bunch of these. But yeah, so that's like what one of them's like. We got 12 episodes coming. The general population hates AI with a passion right now too, so I've just gone back to hand drawing the art. Did you draw that spaceship by hand, by the way? That thing was crazy. Did you draw this? Loki-esque. What, the short? That ship you got from a D&D map maker, then ran it through AI to get a different angle on it? Okay, okay. I thought you drew this whole ship by hand. That's pretty crazy. The AI fooled me. It looks like surprisingly clean. That's why. Like, AI usually can't do lines that cleanly. You paid for the original art and tweaked with AI. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, the population hates AI. I got a bunch of haters. I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. If anyone's watching on YouTube right now, give me a sub, please. Subscribe, follow, like the video. Thank you. Yeah, we got 2 more subs today. We're up to 93. Trying to hit 100. But I've been posting shorts, and this one got the most views, and it got the most hated. I'm just saying that I am one. I said, like, indie devs are gonna make their own launchers and engines with AI, and then it was all a bunch of AI hate. It got like 9 likes and like 30 dislikes. It's crazy. It's getting rough, yeah. We looked it up. We looked up, like, there was computer phobia in the 80s. And it's like the exact same thing, the same cycle played out. Widespread psychological and cultural phenomenon of computer phobia that peaked in 1986. People experience intense anxiety about using them, driven by fears of breaking the hardware, losing their jobs, or becoming enslaved to machines. Starlight Brigade, can't say I'm familiar. It's just kind of a 90s neon sci-fi. Starfinder 2E. I had some people leave my D&D sessions because I used AI to generate a couple tokens for random throwaway enemies. What the heck? That's just stupid. That's crazy. That's like the kind of stuff AI is built for. It's like slapping together a D&D campaign with some cool ideas or something. I can understand when people paid for like a video game for $60 and then it's like you look on the walls and stuff, like how Crimson Desert had the AI slop art on the walls, like. But I don't know, if it's just D&D with friends, that's kind of interesting. Starlight Brigade, let's take a look. Oh, it's a music video. It's kind of like Steven Universe, but a little more anime-y. It must be on a frequency that your brain hates, so you can't handle it. They are paid sessions, so they're paying you $20 a session to play. Okay, that makes a little more sense then, I guess. They're like, I came here to play a cool fantasy game and escape from all the AI wars and the slop, and you just gave me slop. That's crazy. Or that intense. I thought it might be one of these. The art style is pretty cool, man. Oh, okay, I see they're each in a ship. Don't want to keep Halcyon on pain. I wanted to see the ships. Yeah, alright, Halcyon, go. No, I get it. Like, there's something about the singing. That style of singing that guy is doing. It's like really flat. So like they just grab a dude from The Office and it's like, hey, you're making the theme song? True. Let's get the website updated. Hey, can you push everything we have to make and tell me what's still pending? Yeah, I'm stuck listening to Suno return. Well, as long as we're doing the YouTube multi-stream today. Am I a robot? Hang on. All right, yeah, that keeps happening in my mic, and I don't know why. I keep having to restart my focus, right? Should be fixed. Is it fixed? Should be fixed. All right. Yeah. I don't know what else is going on. Oh, I know what I was gonna show you earlier. I was asking this guy. I want to show you the mount, the coolest mount ever invented. Long arm. This trailer dropped the day after I started making the TTRPG setting with Starlight Express. Body's exactly what you're trying to do. Let's see. Neon Odyssey cinematic trailer. A space opera in D&D. Coming to Kickstarter. There is some similarity with this and the other thing that Longarm just linked. What's that, FNAF? How does a D&D campaign do on Kickstarter? Is those popular? It's the final week to back Neon Odyssey on Kickstarter. You get a free set of retro Vice dice. Is this guy like the treasure goblin? Pretty insane. So all that is for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. They make a whole like animated music video and like short what does it look like? I guess it gives you a preview of what all the art's gonna look like too. D&D Kickstarter campaign. What have your campaigns been like, Halcyon, that you said people are paying you for? Here's some highlights from them. Curious. Oh my god! I was not expecting a space opera D&D campaign to have $12 million in funding. D&D is pretty huge right now, actually. That's insane. Running modules like Fandelver. Wow, that's crazy. Overhauled economy rules. So they need all that money to do all the art for all these miniatures and these custom dice and stuff. It's crazy. Dude, what are they going to do with $12 million? Heroes of Space Opera. Cryptist, Disciple, Enforcer, Esper. Grid Runner. Primalist, Scoundrel. What's up with the evil clown? Evil clown and evil skateboarding hippo? It's not what I expected. They got Rainbow Road. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, they did have a lot of stretch goals. Stretch goals. Quick draw. Nematoan. Faction reputations. Deep Sworn. Genovan looks like Frieza. I'm sorry because I was literally going through all the effort to completely convert D&D 5.5e into a sci-fi setting for this very thing. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Everything got unlocked except for the question marks. Nice, they got their own language. Crucial. Have your own language. Your own font. You think they got to 10 mil within a couple days? Wow. Well, this YouTube channel has almost 3 million followers. What is the YouTube channel normally, like D&D based stuff? 3 million followers on YouTube is pretty insane. Purveyors of immersive thematic experiences in tabletop gaming, animation, music, and more. Publisher of The Crooked Moon. Pretty cool. So it's like a company. All right, let's check this out. A group of forever DMs become publishers. Oh. You're gonna chill while you wait for PoE 2 to download? Nice. What's got you playing PoE 2? Is there a patch or something? All right, does this work now? Oh, here it is. All right, Halcyon, check this out. World's first centipede mount. We looked it up. So my friend Boom was in the chat last Saturday, and we were all brainstorming mounts. Someone said spider, someone said goat, and then she said centipede. And it was like centipede. It was like, wait a minute. And we Googled it, and no game has a centipede mount. But people have been asking for it in WoW and Guild Wars 2 for a while, apparently. And they want like multiple seats on it, like a train for WoW. And just no one's done it yet. So it's like, all right, we got to vibe code the centipede mount. So this is what we accomplished last weekend. What about a millipede? We just got to give it two pairs of legs on each segment. Centipede's looking smoother. I'm not sure why that would be. I mean, we got him to follow the normals on the terrain. That probably helped. It's funny how I skipped down the hills. Yeah, it feels awesome riding the centipede across the desert. So Puppet Masters 2 is gonna have a centipede mount. I have a wolf mount too in here, but the centipede's the cool show-offy one. Yeah, wolf mount. Yeah, I think that's all the cool stuff, Halcyon. I'm just slowly getting back to parity, you know, with this and Puppet Masters. But the plan is like it's going to be playable in early, and people can buy it early access and play it on the launcher the whole time I'm building it for like the next like 2 years, and then probably like 2 or 3 years from now I'll actually release it on Steam. And it needs like 4 times as much content as what it had on core. There needs to be like 100 cards. There needs to be like more puppet classes and subclasses. It needs a lot more content, you know? Way more creatures and enemies. This engine is built for an open world. So it's a 15 by 15 kilometer continent. You know, whereas on core we were stuck with like a really small map. But with this engine, we're building this from the get-go to be designed for a large open world. And the multiplayer is not, it's not going to be an MMO because I don't want to pay for, I can't pay for dedicated servers, you know, and I don't want to have to like cancel it if there's not enough players. So instead, this is going to be, it's going to work like Elden Ring's multiplayer, right? Or Dark Souls games. It's going to be like peer-to-peer, you know, like somebody hosts the game and they invite party members, and the state of the world and the quest and stuff is in the state of like the host. And then for PvP, like people are going to be able to like invade your world and stuff like people do in Dark Souls. It's kind of the plan right now. So it's going to be a peer-to-peer version. I'm going to sell it for $30 for a box price on Steam and on the launcher for early access. Yeah, so that's that plan. It's all the future stuff. The work stuff, Eldegard, we changed the name of the game from Legacy to Eldegard at the end. And it was pretty crazy. We had to shut it down after running for about a year. But yeah, RIP Legacy. Vibes, Neon Odyssey. Oh, that's the trailer you just showed us, right? It just didn't make enough money. Like, you know, it made some. I saw it was pretty popular for a while on YouTube. Yeah, there was a decent amount of people playing it, but there wasn't enough people playing it to pay for the payroll, you know, for making new content. Like, the cost of running the studio is like 25 people on average, and they're all making over 6 figures. So it's just like running the studio per year is like a couple $1 million, and it just didn't make enough money for us to be able to keep going, you know. We had like a couple bad seasons where people didn't show up because they're like burned out, or streamers didn't play it. We didn't put a lot of actual money into traditional marketing because there was a lot of hope that the friendships and the partnerships with like the OTK streamers, as well as other people outside of OTK that Chris is friends with, like Zaryu and stuff. Zaryu streamed it for like 2 weeks straight last summer, and that helped a lot. But all the streamer favors was they did us a lot of favors, and you know, we got like a lot of marketing through the streamers for free that normally cost people a lot of money, but it just still wasn't enough. So we also kind of like maybe didn't spend enough on marketing, but who knows, like the game would have had less features. It maybe would have even had one less class, you know, on the full release. Like the Paladin might not even exist if we'd spent more money on marketing. So it's always a tough balance. But yeah, it just didn't make enough money to sustain the cost of running the studio and making new content, you know. It just ran out of steam. And it's a dedicated server game, so the servers themselves also cost like tens of thousands of dollars a month. Yeah, it was pretty insane. I didn't talk to, I literally just forgot to like message you for the last like year because I got completely absorbed. Once the game was out, it was like nonstop. I was in charge of balancing all the PvP for the game, and that was insane. So like my brain was like, I'm like constantly going to sleep thinking about, you know, all the damage numbers and the scaling of the armor and the weapons and everything for all the classes and what the matchups are like. And then I had to help with the I oversaw and did a bunch of the work for adding the arena mode to the game. And dude, Morthog's lair is crazy. This boss was crazy. And then I was really focused on the arenas and balancing that and all that. And it was just super insane and all consuming. And then when I was streaming myself playing the game, and the community's just constantly talking to me and telling me stuff. It was insane. The last year while it was released was just craziness. I generally remember to say it's my favorite cred. It's the closest to my mud you recreate. Yeah, Sonetics here he was our sound designer on Legacy. Did a ton of the sound work, just insane stuff, really cool stuff. So why did we change the name? The name got changed because Legacy Steel and Sorcery, we got a lot of feedback that it sounded too generic. People said it sounded like a mobile game. They would tell their friends about it and they couldn't remember it. So we got that kind of feedback that it was generic. We also pivoted the game to announce that it was going more in the direction of being like a mini MMO, you know, like an instance-based MMO basically, and it was supposed to be on the path to eventually become an MMO. And so we added a PvE only mode, was the big step towards saying, hey, now we're a mini MMO instead of extractions, because we added the PvE mode with the full release in January. And so going in that direction, and also all the bad feedback we got about the previous name, we changed it to Eldegard to name it after like the continent of the world of the MMO, you know, to make it sound more like an MMO. So that was the main reason. It's like generic and not memorable, and we thought it would help make it more recognizable. Yeah. That was what happened to that. It just wasn't sustainable. So I was like 2.5 years. Now I'm here still living in Southern California trying to get a job, and it's like impossible. The whole game industry is collapsing right now. There's people with twice as many years of experience as me and more ship titles that aren't even getting a single phone call. You know, after 4 or 5 months of looking. So it's pretty bad right now. I mean, I have a bunch of friends now that literally work at Blizzard and Riot, which is crazy. Like, I didn't have that before, you know? And Respawn. Lots of cool places. The, two of the designers that I got to work with, the CEO of the company designed the monk class in World of Warcraft, and then the other designer he brought on board to do the item design designed the demon hunter class in World of Warcraft. And literally just like, you know, we're just chilling in an office with them. I mean, it's just crazy. For years, it's like so much knowledge. Mr. the Craft, yeah, he designed the demon hunter. Yeah. So I've now been mentored by the demon hunter designer and the monk designer, which is kind of like a dream come true, you know? Isn't that crazy? Did he? Yeah, he made the demon hunter. Isn't that insane? That's insane to think about. So I'm pretty grateful for that, but I don't know. I might not continue. The only thing I want to work on now is the Riot MMO. I literally want to do the exact same thing I did on this game, like be in charge of overseeing a bunch of the PvP balance, but for arenas, for the Riot MMO. That's literally all I want to do. That's the only thing I want to do right now for a job. Everything else is kind of like just a job, but the thing that would be most exciting is taking exactly this experience of action combat fantasy PvP balance and I got to design the dagger skills and the dagger skill set for the rogue Halcyon. I might have told you that before, like a long time ago. I used VR to do like full body motion capture in my living room for the animations and stuff. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, so that was that journey. I think it's probably going to be the most epic thing I ever get to work on. I don't know. The Riot MMO is going to be fun if I can eventually work on that, but like it's not going to be the same as a startup environment. When you're a team of 20, it feels like a pirate crew, you know what I mean? That's like the magic number. It's the pirate crew number. It's only the beginning. You're so many years ahead of you. Thanks. Hopefully. We'll see. I hope I don't have to move back to my parents' house next spring. I only have enough money to live here till like February. Convince you to launch your MUD tonight. You're staging the updates to GitHub to push to the live server right now. Nice, dude. Yeah, do it. I don't want to talk about myself too much, but Halcyon, how crazy is that? I feel like you can appreciate this because you knew me like all the way back during COVID in the middle of Puppet Masters in 2021. How crazy is it that I went from working on Puppet Masters on the core platform to getting to be mentored by and sit in the same office every day as the monk designer and the demon hunter designer. It doesn't feel real. It's weird. There's so much World of Warcraft DNA in Puppet Masters, you know? So I think my video of it really caught their attention when they looked through my job application, you know, or my resume. But it's kind of insane. Not too crazy. You're super talented, smart, and have a good energy. You'll be successful. Could see it from the start. Thanks. Means a lot. Hope we can figure out what's next, and I don't have to go move back across the country. What a crazy adventure. No, big deal. The guy that worked on Transformers toys, thanks, Troy. Is that you, Kyle? Did you work on the Transformers toys? Yeah, Kyle here, our sound designer, Synetics. He worked on Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. Pretty insane. He did all the audio for the cinematics. Yeah. You guys, we got a lot of secret heavy hitters that show up here in the chat sometimes, you guys. Some sleeper talent. Your claim to fame is the Hearthstone end turn button. Wait, did you really get to do the audio for that? The end turn button in Hearthstone? That's awesome, dude. There you go, guys. We have a real celebrity among us. He did the audio for the end turn button. You helped design industrial printers for HP. Is that your flex? Yeah. That's a flex. That's pretty crazy. No, you did all the writing for Puppet Masters. You did all the writing. That's a flex. You feel like the ball boy? Yeah, you're just sitting on the bench right now, long arm. You'll You'll get to play in the field at some point. If you guys foul, I got it, maybe. All right. What? Eldegard was a nice project. Genuinely is sad we didn't have funds for publishing to keep it rolling. Yeah. It's okay. Everything happens for a reason, so I don't know. The Nuldrums wouldn't be coming to life right now if I still had a job. That job like consumed our entire lives. Every ounce of my being. I didn't stream like for months at a time. There wouldn't be freaking Nuldrums t-shirts right now if it wasn't for losing my job, you know? And socks. Oh yeah, let me get the merch. Let me show you the merch, Halcyon. You decide you're no longer going to sacrifice your time to make someone else more rich, just doing whatever I want to do. Oh, that's cool. I mean, if you can figure out how to make it work, that's the way to go for sure. I feel the same way, but the reality is like everything comes down to having a YouTube channel if you're trying to run your own business with like a decent following, I believe, or other social media that has a persistent presence like Instagram or something. And then you know, and then once you have a following, then you can funnel people into whatever it is that you make, you know, D&D campaigns, shirts, video games, apps, like a software app or something, you know. So if you want to work for yourself, you have to figure out how to build some kind of internet presence and following. That's the only catch. I feel like the reality is like it takes years to build that up. I don't feel like I can fully be like, I'm going to be on my own and I never need a job again, right? Until you reach the point. But good luck, Halcyon. And good luck to all of us in chat. Because I think everyone here is a very independently minded person. Which is cool. Yeah, check this out. Entrepreneurial motivation. Here's the shirt. One of them. And then here's the socks. The gray is a little darker now in the socks. This was the first run. I got them, and then I thought it was too light. It was lighter than what I had wanted. You want one that's small? Get it, dude. We got a chat command now. Check it out. You need some crew necks would be sick. What exactly is a crew neck? Is that not a... That's just a normal t-shirt. Oh, a sweatshirt? Oh, dude, I wear a lot of V-necks. Oh, like this? You mean? A sweater? A crew neck? Long sleeve? Maybe I didn't think of that because I don't live. Oh, normal tee? Oh, interesting. Like a hoodie with no hood or pockets? Interesting. It's not cold here, so that's why I didn't think of that. You're in the cold place, right? Yeah, exactly, because you're in Michigan. Dude, I was like, what? A long sleeve shirt? Dude, I can't remember the last time I went outside with a long sleeve shirt. As opposed to a V-cut? Oh, nice. Halcyon, I have just reduced my overhead to the point I'm making enough doing what I love, writing stories and playing pretend with strangers. Oh, that's awesome. Wait, so you're paying the bills with doing D&D stuff? Maybe you need to form a publishing label like the one that just got $12 million. Get a collective going of DMs. What's a long sleeve? Crew neck, I guess, because I'm... Oh, you mean the term crew neck is just what everyone uses. Oh, interesting. I am running a campaign that has several groups working in the same guild with a shared guild bank and stuff. Kind of a Dungeon of the Week situation. That's awesome. That's crazy it's that big. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know D&D is so big that there's ways that you can make a full-time living off being a dungeon master, basically. It's really cool. How did you grow to that size? That's wild. Just word of mouth and going on Roll20 and start playing games? Huh. Hey, guys, let me give a shout-out here to Halcyon. I'm going to show you guys. So you know the game that I'm porting, you guys, that I said I made during COVID? This one, Puppet Masters. Halcyon here did all the kit bashing for all the equipment in the game. And we're on a Twitch ad. We're on the ad break. My bad. I'll wait for the ad break. I don't know who's got Prime and who don't. Oh, another sub bomb from Carter. Keeping the dream alive. Bro, how many subs did you give today? My gosh. Guys, Carter here, I think he's gifted 30 subs today. Madman. Absolute madman. Huge. Huge. The words of Blahbar. Thanks, man. This has been a good stream today. It was really quiet the first hour. All right, what I was saying before I realized we were on an ad break. Just so you guys are in on some Nuldrums company lore here. Halcyon did all the kit bashing for the equipment in Puppet Masters, and Halcyon did all of the writing for the quests. All the quests in the game. Gave all the NPCs some personality and some life. You know, we got anxious NPCs, we got brash NPCs, we got a bunch of cool personality types and stuff. Couple monsters too? Oh yeah, which ones did you do? Yeah, here's all the equipment. Yeah, this was tough too because you had to like you had to you know, dumb some of it down. Like you had to make like a good version of stuff and then make really make like the rusted version of like the metal and all that stuff, you know, the dirt version for like tier 0, and that's pretty tough. And then I remember I asked you to cap it out too at like we were just getting into like metal stuff, but nothing's too crazy because the level cap was capped at only level 30, and we were supposed to do like expansions and stuff if core hadn't died. So it was everything was going to get even more crazier as time went on. But they were starting to get really cool once we got up to like the metal tiers and stuff. The mage gear looks really good. Oh yeah, the rogue gear looks sick. You did the kunai and stuff on the side. Yeah, like we did like stone and wood versions of stuff, and then just started to get the metal. Because it was like vanilla Puppet Masters what it's supposed to be. You did the Wraith and the Spider. I remember you did the Wraith. I forgot you did the Spider too. Let's go. I'll go show you guys the mobs that she made. Yep, and all the writing for the quests. Let's go see if we talk to the personalities. I love me some blubbershrooms and graveyards. Okay, right. Raggedy Pam, she's not. The most interesting person. I've given you the parts to make a new puppet, but you won't find more of these parts when defeating. This is sick, my guy. Looks like a proper RPG already. Yeah, you never saw this game, man. This is a game I did before I had to start working as a technical designer proper in the industry, you know? All right, here's the mobs that Halcyon made. One of them. Here's the shades. I didn't get around to animating them, unfortunately. I wish I had. They're pretty rad looking. I'm gonna just forfeit the match because this will take forever. The sounds, yeah. Here, I'll pause. So the sounds, the guys that did the sounds for Core were very talented. One of them, his name was Deadly Fishes. He still works in the game industry. But they, but you had like you had like a pack of sounds basically, right? So I had to pick them all out, though. I had to kit bash a lot of the sounds, too. So I layered them, you know, to try to make stuff a little... Oh, we broke the game with the reset mechanic. I'm going to reset. Halcyon, one of my favorite memories when I met you in this game. You remember I had my other computer next to me, and I always had the GM account signed in so I could see when people were there. I remember you logged in one day, and you're like, I brought my diving helmet to go looking for the underwater treasure chest. You're like role-playing, going scuba diving for treasure. That was pretty funny. There was some crazy dedicated players. I remember one guy spent a whole day trying to find ways to break out of the map. Always got to have the outfit. Yeah. Here's the spider that Halcyon made. Also, I did not get around to animating it, unfortunately. It was going to be... Dude, this thing would have taken forever. Oh, I did animate it. No, I forgot. I did. Oh, no, it used the other animations because they gave us a spider. I try to map those animations onto it. It's a little bit off, so there's gaps in those joints. But it's still pretty spooky. I can't forfeit again, so I just gotta die. Just gonna die. Anyways. That, and then all the quest writing. If any of you guys get a chance to play the game, you see any of the quest writing, is Halcyon. Pretty crazy. Those were the Halcyon days. Yeah. Are you still playing MMOs? Are you just playing the Dungeons and Dragons stuff? Palia mainly. I'm so glad that Palia hasn't had to sunset or close down or shut everything down and die like all the other startups that got funding during COVID. I don't know what they did to they had to do a huge layoff, I remember a couple years ago, but I'm glad that they're still alive and they found their like audience. Did they add combat to it at all? I thought they were like toying around with that or something to try to expand. You backed it from the start. You got limited edition plushies. Oh, that's cool. There's hunting now. Okay. So there's not actually like combat, but there's hunting at least. Yeah, what I learned from working on Legacy, they added ranching and mounts. Oh, that's cool. I might play it one day. What I learned from Legacy and stuff now is like really deep games with a lot to do, which is pretty much any MMO. They don't do well their first year or even the first 3 years that they're out. Somehow you have to like figure out how to survive for like 3 years, like Path of Exile did and Tarkov. And yeah, I don't know. I think or Black Desert. Black Desert was terrible the first year and a half or so. I didn't even touch it. Because there wasn't enough content, you know, it was very clunky. So somehow it seems like if you can survive and build like a cult-like audience, like 3 years is sort of the magic number. If you survive that long, then it's like, it seems like that's also a time where like people start being like comfortable with investing time into a game, and they're like, okay, well they survived, they're still around, so now I'll go try that game. You know what I mean? It kind of sells them on it. Like, people are so hesitant to try any game because they think it's going to die, rightfully so. But then somehow if you stand the test of time and you can prove to people that you've been around for 2 to 3 years, then I feel like it's more inclined, they're more inclined to like, it's more inclined to like snowball, you know, after that point. Survive and constantly add new stuff. Eventually it reaches a point where people have enough depth to dive into. Well, that's cool. Yeah, how do you feel about the depth and the amount of content now in Palia? Because I remember you were complaining about it like 2 or 3 years ago, like when it first came out of early access or whatever. You said there wasn't enough. You're playing BDO right now. Dude, BDO's the best. It's goated. It's the best MMO for me. Sometimes it's the best MMO when you're in the mood for that. It's basically third-person Path of Exile or third-person Diablo, because you spend most of your time solo just like pressing buttons that do flashy full-screen AoEs and kill everything on the whole screen, and then you go to the next spot and you kill everything on the whole screen in one hit, just like Path of Exile, but it's just third-person. That's basically it. And then you get to do PvP, which you don't get to do in PoE. There are multiple maps and tons of stuff to do. That's pretty cool. I might play it one day then. Star Citizen, dude. I feel like Star Citizen has enough content now that it's actually like a game. Between flying around and missions and like the amount of areas you can go to, it's just not an interesting game to me. I like flying my ship though. I bought the weird alien ship. You played BDO and launched and it was ass, but started a week ago and it's really awesome. I'm doing PvP, so I'm feeling pain and misery, but it's fun. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, the first year when it was capped at like level 50, it was just level 50 or whatever. It was super empty. BDO is great as long as you have a little disposable income and put into it. Yeah, I think the game costs about $300 to be a streamlined experience that's like really fun. That's about how much I put into it, where you just like, you know, you have the tent with the tent buff. You have the inventory capacity increased on your main character. You have the weight limit capacity increased a ton on your main character. You like never have to go back to town. You can just play. You can just grind for like 2 hours straight without going back to town or anything to sell stuff, you know, and unload the weight. So, and that's about like all your hands can handle before they start getting tired. But unfortunately, yeah. And the pets. That's the big one. It's the pets. To have like 5 pets that are like tier 4 or whatever, so they're all picking up items quickly enough. That takes like a bunch of effort and work and like about 100, 150. Really enjoy that game, to be honest. Nice. Yeah. It's good. The big one's the ferry, like $400 to get Abyss ferry. Oh yeah, and then the ferry. I didn't have Abyss one. I just had like a good enough one, not Abyss. I feel like it didn't take that much. Dude, I love that. I love how deep that game is. Like, I don't know. I always said if I just didn't have to worry about a job or anything ever, or career, I could do nothing but play games, it would just be Black Desert, probably. That and Eve. Black Desert and Eve. Those are the two things I can't. I just that I could invest a ton of time into. I didn't get to play Throne and Liberty though. I keep saying I feel like I would have liked Throne and Liberty because it seems kind of like Black Desert, but they actually have group dungeons and raids. Like they actually have group PvE content. But for Black Desert, it's like solo desert. It's Black Desert offline. This is what people call it because you're solo so much. What about PvE or PvP in games? I usually care more about PvP, but I need some group PvE stuff. Like dungeons are fun. There's a couple dungeons in Black Desert now, but they're not. It's not the same as like being able to like only do dungeons and raids for like a whole night. You know what I mean? Still pretty cool. What was I gonna say? Do you agree? You love 5-mans and raids and WoW. The PvP is the main focus always. Yeah, that's the thing that Black Desert's just been missing. Oh, damn it. It's like 11 o'clock now. I haven't eaten anything in like 5 hours. Let me go turn my oven on. I need some chicken and broccoli. Have you heard this new game, Honor of Kings? I feel like I've heard of it. No event PvP, I think it should be separate in PvP, like how FFXIV does it if you have PvP at all. Keep the PvE and PvP balancing separate? True. Yeah, the forced PvE stuff with like Legacy is just brutal. The really sweaty players make it not fun for a lot of people. Honor of Kings is being published by Tencent. It is being developed by, I'm guessing, a Tencent subsidiary. Teamy Studio Group is a video game developer group based in Shenzhen, a subsidiary of Tencent Games. It operates branches in Singapore, Los Angeles. Yeah, it's a subsidiary of Tencent's making it. Okay, what is it? Majority of them focus on competitive matchmaking. 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 5v5. So is this trying to be like the Where Winds Meet game or whatever? Like similar to that? World's most played MOBA? It's a MOBA? It's like a Chinese mobile League of Legends competitor. Oh, it's an MMO in the same universe. Okay.
Hi guys, Hogwarts Honor of Kings work, and I have been playing MMO. My answer to that question is MMO hot and where we get you.
My God, it's like
this is not it. I think a hybrid is fair line with
kawaii snow bunny girl character. Can I see the combat? Oh my God, dude, where was the combat? I just saw him yapping. I didn't see a single attack happen, bro. Okay, yeah, it's like Where Winds Meet. Oh my God, it's so much like it. Yeah, they're trying to do the Where Winds Meet thing. Dude, this guy didn't even get to play the game for like 5 seconds there. He was just stuck in a combo. Oh my gosh. Better version of what brings me less floaty? Okay. It's got a lot of the same DNA for sure. That guy is sure floating a lot. Yeah. That guy's getting owned. Yeah, I don't think he even got to play the game, dude. He's getting air juggled. He's getting air juggled into oblivion. Dude, did you ever see Blade and Soul? Blade and Soul Assassin. This game had my favorite combat. This was a Korean MMO from... Well, if you played Black Desert at the start, you probably played Blade and Soul Jiggy Spice. Did you ever play this? Blade and Soul is... Yeah. It's crazy it's taking this long, and it's taking the, like, Chinese companies playing catch-up on action combat stuff for there to be new games in this sort of genre that have competitive MMO third-person PvP like this. That's like anime style, you know? Black Desert's PvP is good, but it's... Black Desert's weird because they built it for like... They built it mainly around the PvE farming. So it's all this, it's all like catching people with huge full screen AoEs. It's not like, you know, like targeting like a single person and like narrowing, like, you know, singling them out. The damage of transmogs in MMOs. Oh my gosh. This looks like a good video essay. Look at this orc. But the truth, wait, no. The truth is, this is what you look like in Vanilla WoW when you're leveling up because there wasn't transmogs. Like, transmogs solve the problem where people have like a uniform, unless they're just a clown. they're there to be a clown, you know. Then they'll look like this on purpose. Transmogs saved the universe? Hot take. Dude, transmogs are like a coin flip on if people love it or hate it. MQ gave us a template to Xmog them. It's true. The degression in combat fluidity in games is kind of disgusting looking at games 10 years back. Yeah, Jiggy, it's just, you just can't get, you just can't get people on board, man. You can't get enough people on board with a hardcore game, like, at all. I feel like there is an increasing desire for hardcore games, and it's just kind of, we had this whole conversation. I just gone away. Everyone's playing Roblox, man. They don't want to play competitive Blade and Soul. Everyone's working 2-3 jobs just to have a home and food. Yeah, that's true too. That is true, unfortunately. How's the PvP scene in Dark Souls or like big hard? Dark Souls games have a pretty decent PvP scene. BDO is far from perfect, but getting dopamine spikes from just farming mobs is fun. Yeah, it's pretty good. They got it on loop. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Oh, Halcyon, I mentioned this earlier. I don't know how much you're in the software and game dev category on Twitch, but I don't know if you've seen this stream. Boom. She made the most insane VTuber ever in Unreal, and it's like super ADHD chaos with like music blasting and like absolute ridiculous GIFs and stuff like happening on screen all the time. Yeah, she gave Trickery the face and did all the shape keys and stuff, and is gonna do all the modeling for like the lower kind of poly version of Trickery for using in Puppet Masters 2 and for the creatures and stuff and the rigging. She can do the modeling, the texturing, and the rigging. And I'm going to do the animating for Puppet Masters 2. And you can do all the writing. I'll have to pay you though. You're a big time professional dungeon master. Your words are worth its weight in gold. So yeah, so we've got. I actually joined. I'm not making friends with her because she has this Unreal VTubers team, and I started making my VTuber in Unreal, and then I found this team, and yeah, she's the one who created and runs this thing, and I applied to be a part of the team like a year and a half ago, and then yeah. And then last summer, randomly, she was like, open for commissions. I'm like, oh my gosh, please figure out this mouth on Trickery. I have no idea. I tried sculpting Trickery's mouth and stuff, and it was so bad. I spent a lot of time, and I got absolutely nowhere. Yeah, there's a lot of cool people in this collective now that I'm a part of. Like, this guy has... Everyone that makes their VTubers in Unreal has some kind of, uniqueness to it. They're not just like copy paste anime characters like most VTubers. Like, this guy's a freaking octopus. Like, how cool is that? But yeah, everybody in this collective crew is cool and nerdy. So yeah, so we've got a very, very legit modeler crew now and rigger. I need to ask her if I can be a part of the crew picture up here. Yeah, Trickery's got a mouth. Noli has commands too, but they're broken right now. You can make them flip and stuff. I got the hands working. And then, what else? I don't know if you saw this. Noli's running on stream. What's up, Nemo? Nemo's one of our legacy players. Noli runs on a stream 24/7, and you can type cheese. You can ask him questions, and he'll reply. He's like AI, hooked up to AI. He has to type cheese, and it throws a piece of cheese on him. Will he tell me your stream key? I don't know, dude. He is AI. He's untrustworthy. He might do that. Nemo, do you miss Legacy? We were just talking about Legacy. Nemo is one of our wizard mains, you guys. One of our best wizard players. We were talking about Lacey. We were talking about Blade and Soul PvP. We were talking about Black Desert PvP. Jiggy Spice is here. He's playing Black Desert PvP right now. All right, you guys. I'm gonna be AFK off and on. I need to get up and I gotta go turn my oven on and boil some water, make some broccoli and dumpling some chicken. So I'm gonna bounce back and forth. And we gotta come up with something for we gotta get these AI agents cooking again. We gotta figure out what they need to do. What they need to do next. I think we were trying to get the inventory window to work. We had to fix all the frame rate issues today. You're modeling Arrow Lee? Dude, oh, is that why you're playing Black Desert? I saw Arrow Lee started playing Black Desert yesterday. I saw a stream. I was like, yes, dude. Yes, I'm so glad that he found it. It's got a male archer class, which is what he needs, or he refuses to play the game. You game with him? Nice. Yeah, dude, I was like, oh my god, this game is an endless rabbit hole for him. It's the best game for a full-time streamer. Like, the full-time streamers win so hard in Black Desert because it rewards you for no lifing the game, which makes your average person feel like they're falling behind. But for a full-time streamer, it's like a dream game, and it makes them like cool. You know, it's actually like their gear and stuff that they have. Is a crazy feat to accomplish. So it creates a cool cycle for streamers where it's like, whoa, they have this gear, and then they naturally like gain a viewership. I think that's part of what's kept Black Desert alive is like the streaming community and stuff around. It's like really healthy because people constantly look towards the streamers to you know, get advice and stuff in the game because it's such a long grind. Yeah. Okay, our FPS is 100 in match, which is okay. It's not great. Okay, now the next perf thing that's standing out is the scripts for some reason are like taking up a huge amount here. Something about collision, and I'm not actively overlapping anything at all at this moment, so I don't know why it would be so expensive. Please investigate it and fix it. 30-second intro vid you made for him in BDO. You did a try-hard montage style? Yes. I want to see that, dude. Do you have, like, music? Is it, like, one of the old-school World of Warcraft, like, PvP montages? That sounds awesome, dude. Made this song in Suno. Let's check it out. And then I'm going to go heat up my oven real quick. Oh, wait. You made it in Suno? Okay. No copyright strike. Oh, you did like some Big Sap style where it's like lyrics relative, no copyright. All right, we're good. We're good. It's like lyrics related to him PvPing in Black Desert, like the ones Big Sap made for Legacy. BDO. Yeah, dude, and there's arenas in Black Desert now. This is I'm so glad he found it, dude. This is his answer. He lost his New World home. BDO come. Dunking on ESO players. Okay. Dude, the edits are crazy, man. That effect is cool. I want to see that. I want to see that frame by frame. Oh, nice. And it's like a crash zoom in the middle, and then you do a zoom back in. Nice, dude. Yo, maybe Arcavian needs to get on the BDO train and follow them over there. Nice. All right, guys, let me go boil some water. This guy's working on. There's still performance issues that are that's dragging our FPS down when I play the game, and I don't know what it's for. It's all from new stuff we added in the last few days. Yeah. BRB. Bum, 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 bum. Put up the AFK message. Enjoy the radio station. I gotta make some broccoli and dumplings and chicken. Still at it? A little bit, some game dev. I'm trying to eat my dinner though, because we been a whirlwind of cool people showing up in the chat, man. It's been a crazy stream. Boom's here. Boom's lurk. Boom, you did a second stream today? I did a double take. I was like, what? Boom streaming again? Cool people in chat mentioned you gotta drop an emote. All right. Yep. You're one of everybody here's a cool person. Boom. I gotta keep checking my food. You streamed and you finished your fractured geometry stuff. I tuned in a little bit. I was waiting to see some armor blowing up and breaking apart or something. I didn't see anything though. You were just lost in Spaghetti Land. Nothing interesting to see. Halcyon, are you still here? You still lurking? I don't know if you're listening. You're lurking? Yo, I want to introduce you two guys to each other. Boom. Halcyon's here. I haven't spoken to Halcyon or heard from Halcyon in like a little while because I got so lost in sauce with work like for like the last year. But Halcyon is one of the Nuldrums team members. That's why I wanted to introduce you guys. If you ever see Halcyon here, they're part of the Nuldrums team. Halcyon did all the kit bashing for the equipment and Puppet Masters way back in the day. In 2021. Look at the ninja gear and stuff. Wait, where is it? Yeah, there's kunai on this. This camera is so sensitive. Yeah, Halcyon did all the kit bashing for all the equipment and armor. Did the kit bashing and for the shade people models and the spiders in the game, and did all the writing for all the quests. And Halcyon right now is a full-time Dungeons and Dragons dungeon master apparently. So really good, really talented writer. Takes a crazy writer mindset, world builder, fantasy thinker like mindset to be able to be a dungeon master like that. So creative. All I did is make cheese throw onto the Noli cat. No, you gave me my face. I had no face. I was faceless. Now I can smile. And you gave me a streamer home. You let me onto your team. I'm no longer a streamer hobo. You know? Yeah, here Halcyon made this guy. I didn't get around to animating him because I'm a bum. But he's got cloth animation at least. Looks pretty sick. Hey, the spider. It's all about the cheese. Yeah. Halcyon, you gotta tune into Boom's stream sometime when it's in full chaos mode. I'll try to link it to you whenever she's live. But people can spam all kinds of crazy commands in the chat, and it triggers a bunch of stuff happening in the like Unreal like VTuber scene. And one of them's like people can spam the cheese, and there's like a cheese counter, cheese per minute. It's pretty crazy. You miss hanging out on Core making stuff? Yeah, Core was a good scene. It was good people. It was a good time. It was a cool environment. It was a special time. It was interesting too because COVID was going on, so there was like this influx of all these people that had a bunch of free time that are all kind of really living in the virtual world in Core, you know? Like we did New Year's together and stuff, and like there was Halloween parties that were all like in Core in the world and stuff. It's cool. There was lots of weird drama too between the like cliques and the groups and the people that did game jams together, and like, you know, quite a community. What else did you make on Core, Halcyon? I can't remember. Didn't you try making your own game or something too? Didn't you have your own like world or something? I remember you were making something. Let me go check the stove real quick. You don't even remember what you were trying to make your own game. You don't even remember what you were trying to do. Probably some sci-fi thing. Long arm. I actually managed to get some work done while watching the stream. Hey, that's what we're here for, dude. Even though I haven't really done anything the last like 3 hours. Done a little bit. We fixed a ton of performance issues. Trigger overlap 3.8 milliseconds average. Play script lifecycle 5.59 milliseconds. Frame average 85 FPS, which is not good. After 0.1 millisecond average, 1.87. We're back up to 130 FPS during gameplay. Up from 85. It's pretty good. Is there a Discord? Yes, there is, sir. And my Discord has share and self promo channels. These are all the secret ones I had to hide. Share promo channel for games, music, art, videos, science and math. If you find some cool science math videos and you want to share them. But feel free to share anything that you make that's a video game or music or art or videos. If you got something else you want to share that's creative and like constructive and cool and productive, like feel free to share it. This guy, Colonel J, he's been doing some bootleg Xbox 360 stuff with AI. He's getting like a jailbreaked. He's making his own like jailbreaked Xbox 360 UI and stuff. It's pretty crazy. You're not in your Discord? Yeah, dude, join it. And Jiggy, put all of the video editing work that you do for all the gaming streamers and stuff in the video channel, man. I'll check it out. We're trying to have this be like a place where everybody that's making cool, creative stuff can join and share it, because I want to see art and cool things. Mostly digital art, but real art is cool too. Like if Blobbar ever shows up and starts sharing his paintings that he does, I'd be thrilled to see that too. Many videos are good, and tutorials are cool too. I like seeing those. And it's kind of annoying. You have to mute this channel. I don't know if I want to keep it or not. But the Noli channel is hooked up to the Discord. So you can always see what people are, when people start a conversation with Noli, it gets mirrored to the Discord channel too, so you can see it without tuning the stream. You can see a whole history here of all the cheese commands that you guys were spamming earlier today. Ice Krieg and Boom are spamming cheese. This guy today, I laughed. I saw this. Down Bad Productions. Noli my Z. How are we going to defeat Cthulhu? Cthulhu's already dreaming. Why wake him when we could just rearrange the nightmare? Blinky, angry, scheming kitty face. Hell nah. I want a tachyon particle cannon built by Mexicans or funded by Mexico. Noli grins, his stripes shimmering faintly. Mexican ingenuity and tachyon particles? Now that's a cosmic fiesta waiting to happen, and it's tacos and then stars. I had a good laugh at that one today. I was like, it's a good one. You just want to show your little F-Zero ship you're working on? Where are you modeling? Doing some modeling, bro? Wait, I'm not. You're just... Oh, nice. You can't change your name to Long Arm in there. You can't? Is that a feature I have to enable for the Discord? Nicknames or something? Let me know. I'll turn it on. I'm sorry. I love Suno AI music. Haters can hate. Dude, sometimes it makes some bangers, man. Like this is, I was thinking the same thing. I was over there making my food. I was like, whoa, this one's grooving. These saxophone solos are ripping. All right, I finished making my food. I'm gonna eat. And once I'm done, we're locked in for probably till 2 or 3 a.m. my time. We love Suno. So, yeah, I'm gonna eat. And then we got like a 2 or 3 hour stretch of actually trying to focus on just porting more gameplay over from Puppet Masters. Enjoy the continued radio station. Dude, this playlist is at 134 tracks right now. I think we need to get it to like 1,000 songs. Seems to be the winner. Synetics. You gonna go to sleep? All right, man. Peace. Thanks for stopping by, man. Good luck with your mud. The Eldegard Discord still active? Dude, I haven't checked on it at all. What's going on in there? What are they up to? Just made a grand exit? How so? I saw him lurking in my stream the other day. Someone revoked his last role, so he went back. Dude, I don't even know who's moderating the Discord anymore, or why they would be moderating it. That's kind of weird. Like, why did someone change his role in the game's over. Nice. That's pretty interesting. I don't know why anyone would be changing any roles in there or what the reasoning even is. I don't even know who our community mods are, bro. I don't know these people at all. Luke Gremlin, Kialis, KB. I don't know any of them. All the creator people are still in there. Maybe it was Chris. He's secretly sitting there trolling. Well, what was Fish's saying? What was he doing? Was he a gold name? Didn't he do some stuff for the community? He had a green name alpha tester? Yeah, like why the fuck? Why would somebody remove that role from him? That doesn't make any sense. I remember him being in the alphas. I'm looking, dude. The Discord doesn't seem that alive. Which parts are alive? Like class discussions? Yeah, it's another good tune. Yeah, guys, the secret. Let's go ahead and let's go crazy on Suno here. This playlist is crushing it. This playlist is very enjoyable on shuffle. I don't get too burned out. You know, when you listen to the music you've created in Suno, like just top to bottom, where it made 2 copies of each thing, it gets super repetitive. So this is the key: is we get a bunch of different vibes that we ask it for, and then we put it all in a playlist and put it all on shuffle. And it rotates through, you know? So let's make some more music for this playlist. General chat has messages every day? Oh, I see, yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's still people posting in general chat. Yeah, why would anybody take away Fish's alpha tester role? We need to kick all these community moderators out, dude, if one of them did that. It's nice. Probably to troll is my guess. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Maybe was it Muck or something? French people are horrible. Oh my god. Will you find your French lover in Mistfall too? Fish just has like 16 roles in the Mistfall Discord. He's like Khaleesi. Yeah, the doors suck, dude, in Mistfall. I don't know why they decided to keep that aspect of Dark and Darker. All right, you guys, let's pump these numbers up on this Suno playlist, because this has been killer. I actually have not minded listening to it all day at all. So I'll show you guys the secret sauce, the recipe. I was so glad when you guys made door opening instant in Elderguard. Yeah, true. Seemed like a no-brainer. All right, so here's the recipe for this playlist right now, you guys. We go 90s, jungle, drum and bass, Dreamcast, and PlayStation 1. Dreamcast and GameCube vibes. GameCube. Or 90s jungle, drum and bass. That sounds like it belongs to the Dreamcast or GameCube. Okay. Then we give it a BPM. We give it a BPM. Typically, drum and bass is about 172 or 174. And Suno, because it likes to like be all crazy with the melodies and stuff, I like to purposely tell it to do a slower BPM than whatever the intended genre is. So we're going to tell it do 150 to 160 BPM for this drum and bass. Sometimes I tell it we can go up to 164. But 160 has been pretty good. I always liked making drum and bass at 160. So 150 to 160 BPM, so we get some steps a little bit slower. And then after that, we give it the vibes. So if we don't tell Suno the theme of like the vibes of the song, it'll just automatically default to that crap where it's like arpeggiated female vocal like notes where it's like that's all Suno does by default. It's like all it knows. So the way I've been able to push this playlist to actually have some diversity in what our melody leads are, where they're not just chopped up vocals, is with the vibes. So I've been rotating tropical beach vibes, or we tell it spooky vibes, or we tell it classy casino vibes is how we've been getting the nice. Classy casino vibes is the other way that I've been getting like the tunes with the saxophone and stuff and the piano as like the lead melody instead of vocal runs. Some other vibes that we tried is like Phantasy Star sci-fi vibes. Phantasy Star sci-fi vibes. We've tried that. There's a couple of those in this playlist. Then the last one I've been trying too is I've been saying Mario Kart vibes to get some of these kind of silly ones, that are just kind of zany and fun. And then after I rotate the vibes, so I do that for the vibes, and then I print like 6 songs, like 3 runs. And then I switch the vibes phrase to casino or spooky or sci-fi or whatever, and then we print another 6. And then the last piece you really need for Suno is telling it tracks are 2 to 3 minutes at most. Otherwise, Suno will make 7-minute, 8-minute long tracks, and it gets super boring and repetitive. So you always have to remember to tell Suno, yo, cap your track time at like 3 minutes. So I say tracks are 3 minutes at most, and I say, and it has a coherent outro, because if you don't tell Suno to make a proper outro, it'll just like cut things off in the middle of, it'll like add like vocals randomly at the end, and then it'll just cut things off in the middle of a whole phrase or something. So that's all my Suno tips for how we've been making this playlist here. It's slowly refining the prompts for Suno. So let's make some let's make some Phantasy Star sci-fi vibes ones. Let's print like 6 of these. So each one's a pair. So let's get some more of those. Let's get spooky, playful vibes. Let's get classy casino vibes. What? We got some API error on one of these. Alright, let's do spooky playful again. Wait for this run. Neon Sleep Loop is where it ends. So we're gonna make like another 24 or 30 songs here. I'm gonna rotate through all the different vibes, prompts, and then the classic casino ones are good, huh? Like this. Let's ask for bossa nova vibes. That might be cool. It'll be similar to classic casino, but maybe we'll get a slightly different result. Bossa nova. How do we spell bossa nova? Is that how it's spelled? B-O-S-S-A. Yeah, bossa nova. Let's ask for some bossa nova. All right, and then let's do tropical beach vibes. That's how we've been getting some of the ones that have like a steel drum or something as the lead melody. Again, instead of vocals, that's the whole reason for the vibe prompt, is to not get stuck with the Suno vocal run as the lead melody every time. Tropical beach vibes. Mark this as a Suno tutorial in the stream. I can chop this up later into a short. Let's print some tropical beach vibes. Do some more classy casino. We'll bump the BPM limit up. It's like 62. We'll do let's try some different stuff. Mario Kart ice level vibes. Let's see what we get with that. Let's do like Mario Kart lava level vibes. Let's see what that gives us. Let's do like Haunted Mansion level vibes. Alan Alice, what's up? What is happening? We're cranking out some more Suno tunes for this incredible playlist. Darth Bletchman, what's up? Hi, Simo. Oh no! Trickery's off the screen. Let me fix him. What's the vibe? Hello? Where's... There we go. Ask about vibe coding. I don't know enough about it. I just want to hear how it functions. You just do all your programming by asking AI to do stuff in plain English. That's all it is. The vibes are... The prompt here for Suno is 90s jungle drum and bass. Sounds like it belongs to the Dreamcast or GameCube. 150 to 162 BPM. And then I switched the vibes out between Tropical Beach, Classy Casino. This one I asked for Mario Kart Haunted Mansion level vibes. That's the vibes we're on right now. We'll do Phantasy Star sci-fi vibes. Print some more of those. All right, we just made like 40 more songs for this playlist. It's up to 130. I want to get it to 1,000. This is my copyright-free Suno music playlist, so I can multi-stream on YouTube. Yeah, for as far as what we're actually doing on this stream right now, though, you guys, for the newcomers, these are all AI agents. So each one of these is an instance of OpenAI Codex, and we built a whole game engine with vibe coding, and we're porting a game that I built a long time ago in a different engine into our custom engine. So this is what it looks like. This is the AI created game engine. Why is it called vibe coding and not just AI coding? I don't know. It's just a term that one of the main guys in the AI space, Andre Karpathy, he just randomly tweeted it out like a year and a half, 2.5 years ago. And he just called it that. He's like, lately I've been doing this thing I like to call vibe coding, where I just... It basically means you don't check the outputs from the AI. You're not reading the code. You're never actually reading or writing the code. You just keep asking the AI in plain English to make the changes and do all the fixes. So he just randomly tweeted that like 2 years ago, and then it just like, I don't know, it just caught on. It's like a term. And he had a big enough following on Twitter and stuff that it just, yeah, it grew in popularity. Do you know how to code without an AI agent? Yeah. Yeah, you don't just make a game engine in a month with AI with no programming background. You could probably still do it. But I think it would take longer than a month. It would take somebody like 6 months or something, 4 to 6 months. They're pretty new. All right, we got a bunch of Suno music here, and we got to add all of it to the playlist, all the way down to this one. Let's go, go, go. Yeah, I'll show you what the vibe coding looks like in just a minute. Let me finish adding all this stuff to this playlist. So we got some fresh tunes in the mix. Okay, we got about like 40 new songs added to the playlist. What's it up to now? 174. I'm gonna get this thing up to 1,000. I'm not gonna do it right now in one go, but over the course of like the next week or so. How many minutes is of music is 174? Okay, it's 9 hours so far. So I need like 1,000 songs so that when I do a 12-hour YouTube stream, I don't go crazy from hearing the same songs on repeat. Like we hear all different songs the entire 12 hours. That'd be cool. All right. Aland Alice. So hear me out, as I'm not allowed to sound aggressive. I'm trying to learn coding somewhat. I came from an art background. I get a lot of info from people who do code who doesn't like vibe coding. Some who do like AI. I just want to hear your thoughts on why you choose to use it. I've mostly got negative information about vibe coding, but I want to fair to hear from someone who used it. Dude, it's awesome. Is this song on my playlist? I don't think it is. I don't think this is on my playlist. Let's listen to all the new tunes. Nice. Here's the thoughts, Alan Alice. It depends on what your goal is. Okay, so vibe coding has opened up new doors, especially for artists. If you're an artist first, I think artists actually are getting the better deal out of all the AI tools right now. Being able to use it for doing programming that they were never capable of doing before. It depends on what your goal is, man. Like, do you want to have like a crazy job as like a really experienced like engineer for a living? Then yes, you should avoid vibe coding, and only stick to manually coding and like really learning the hard stuff if you're trying to become like a principal engineer. But if you're just like an artist that's trying to put together like a cool website or something to show people and to showcase your art, 100% you should probably just vibe code that. So it depends on like how far do you want to go, like how big of an accomplishment do you want to do with programming, right? If it's just a means to an end, and that end is something that isn't like that crazy, like you're just trying to you're just like, I just want a website, I don't care about the programming, I just want a website that looks the way I want it to look, to showcase my art, to sell my art or something, right? Then vibe coding is a tool. AI is a tool to help you get to that goal effectively and cost effectively and efficiently. If you don't want to make a career, or make a living off of programming. But if you're trying to make a living off of programming, then you should spend a lot of time manually coding first and studying. If you want to learn, ask the AI. Don't have them code for you. It's the equivalent of copying homework. You run the risk that your classmates stupid. Yeah, it's tough. When you do have programming experience, you can get the AI to program a lot better, because you can architect stuff and you can steer it and you can tell it, like you can catch it doing dumb stuff. You can tell when it did dumb stuff. You can look at the code and you can be like, hey, rearrange it, put this here, break this thing apart, blah, blah, blah. But you don't know how to do that unless you go do some manual programming. So, some game that you can use AI to answer the questions you have when it comes to learning programming. Yes, that for sure. AI is really good as a learning partner right now for just like basic stuff. It can be wrong sometimes, but it's wrong quite a bit less now that it has web search tools. It tends to do pretty well. Couldn't I hire a web dev or use free resource for that website? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could just do that. You could just use like one of those low-code, no-code, artist-friendly like websites. But if you want to break like the mold of what the websites provide you, then you could turn to vibe coding. So, yeah. Use AI to help you figure out your build in BDO. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, BDO is super complicated, and it's really annoying to figure stuff out. Takes a lot of research. Yeah, does that kind of help, Alan Alice? For people that are serious about programming, like they want to make a career out of it, and it's not just a means to an end, I think that what people are going to be doing and practicing going forward is alternating cycles in life between like a study phase in life or a building phase. So if you're in like a building phase, you know what you want to build. You know exactly what you want to build. You know what it takes to make it. And you need to just build it. Like, then being in a phase of using AI to accelerate the building phase is pretty helpful. But if you're in a phase where you're trying to learn, you're trying to grow, then it's not helpful to have it do the coding for you. It's better to do the coding and have it help structure your learning, you know? Makes a great assistant, tutor, mentor. Yep. So that's my opinion on it, Alan Alice. Anyone that says AI is across the board bad and it's 100% useless in every use case, it's not. I don't think they're right. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. It's basically computer 2.0. This is the big AI's here to stay. Yeah. If you zoom out, this is the big picture about what AI is in the grand scheme of technology and human civilizational progress. What AI is we have the computer with keyboard and mouse, and then eventually we're going to be able to telepathically beam the thoughts from our head straight into the computer and control computers with our minds and our thoughts, you know? And AI right now is literally on that spectrum of keyboard and mouse or mind controlling the computer. AI, where you're just talking to it in plain English and using your voice or typing in normal English, is basically the midpoint between keyboard and mouse and telepathically controlling your computer. So that's why it's here to stay for sure, is because it's just a stair step in the technological progress of us being able to control a computer with our minds eventually. And it's like fuzzy right now, right? And it's a little bit slow. It's like basically AI is in its like dial-up phase of life at the moment. So it's fuzzy. It's not as clear. But eventually, yeah, we're just gonna mind control like our computers, man, and we're just. And the idea guy is going to win more and more. And if you can think it, then it'll just exist. So vibe coding right now is this really fun technological progression towards that being possible. So yeah, anyone that thinks that it's just a phase, and it's just a fad, and it's going away, they're like on par with the people that had computer phobia when computers were first getting introduced to the workplace in the 1980s. It's the same kind of thing. Or people that said the internet was going to die off and go away and it was a fad. People literally thought there was literally people saying the internet was just a fad and like something that was going to die and go away in the 1990s. So think about that. You know. I suppose. Are you saying making roughs? You can talk to it in almost any language these days. Yep. That already exists, like human brain to PC interfaces like currently exist today. It's starting to exist. Yes. Neuralink successfully has like people doing speech with their minds. They've got people that can't like talk, that are completely paralyzed from the neck down, that are and they reconstructed their own voice too from recordings of them in the past. And they have guys that have a Neuralink and they're literally able to just like talk with their old voice that they used to have using their mind. So it's not fully there yet. Oh, and one guy with the Neuralink was playing Mario Kart with his mind. So it's not fully like there yet, but it will be there in like 10 years or something. Some guy way in the past, first pair of pants, saying that clothes are just a fad. Yeah, some caveman guy. People wearing pants are getting called out for being weirdos. Everybody else is just wearing their loincloths. Did I finish my game yet? What's up, Midnight Fortress? No. I'd say we're about like 30% of the way done porting the existing feature set. Whoa, we got items. Okay, we made progress in the inventory. Growing plants in a designated area to be harvested. That's a fad. Foraging in the woods is a way. Yeah, that's true. There's probably some caveman that called fire a fad and kept eating raw meat. Dude, there probably was. Like, no joke. Fire just a fad. It burn and make light. Big deal. Have light in the sky. That's some proper caveman dialects there. Yeah, no, for real. We looked up books. We looked up books the other night for fun too. Computer phobia and web phobia was real. People just are afraid of change. We looked up books too. Yeah, we found this. When the printing press arrived and mass printing exploded in the 18th and 19th century, authorities, scholars, and moralists feared... Hang on, let me turn on these a little bit. Feared that widespread access to books would cause severe cognitive, physical, and social harm. Society responded to this new mass media, which is books, with several distinct waves of panic. The threat to authority and religion in the 1500s, we know about that. And then this is the funny one. The 18th century, reading mania, moral outrage over novels. In the 1700s, the mass production of cheap romance novels and serialized fiction sparked a widespread moral panic. Critics and moralists called it an epidemic of reading rage, reading favor, or reading mania. People worried that novels would teach them to be narcissistic and cause young women to abandon domestic responsibilities or lead them to immorality for reading books. Blurring reality. There were extreme fears that impressionable readers would become so obsessed with fictional romances that they would lose their ability to distinguish fantasy from reality. Cognitive and physical health scares. Brain rot and laziness. Scholars and monks who valued the painstaking meditative labor of hand copying manuscripts argued that mechanical reproduction would encourage intellectual laziness and weaken memory skills. So the monks and the scholars said everyone's going to brain rot because we have the printing press now. Physical deterioration. Early medical professionals argued that curling up with a book could ruin physical posture and damage your digestive systems. Some even claim that excessive reading led to madness. That kind of sounds a little bit like AI psychosis right now. It's crazy. The societal cycle continues. Except now, like, technology's sped up. We have a wave like this like every 20 years, it seems like. Damn, they had a TikTok scare in the 1700s. Yeah, for real. Facts, dude. I get so much hate for using AI, though. It's very annoying. People are just blindly hating on it. Yeah, it's insane. Me too, even just for using it for little things. People are always defensive when it comes to things that affect their wallets. Yeah, it's a fear of, like, losing their jobs and stuff, I guess, mostly. Anyways, so Alan Alice, I hope this helps put some things in perspective too about if you see the AI hate and stuff, we're just going through another one of these technological waves. We brought up the people hating on reading. We read this last night because we were talking about social media, and I was just like, dude, literally every generation there's something that is a new technology that all the adults say is going to ruin all the kids, and then all the kids grow up to be 40 and 50 plus, and then they say the same thing about whatever the new technology is, like mass printed books affecting the next generation below them. And it seems to me like humans adapt. Clearly, we adapted to fire being invented, pants being invented, farming being invented, books being invented, radio, television, computer, internet, AI. And all of those things that people said were going to ruin all of humanity, it then went on to make the next insane technological breakthrough as a civilization, globally. Despite people growing up reading mass-produced fictional novels. Most of that panic was the rich and the clergy, due to printed works carrying same culture weight as a handwritten books. Allows more fears of mass misinformation and misinterpretation of information. Interesting. Yeah, and the same thing happened with the radio, right? People are worried about misinformation. And the same thing's happening right now with AI. To be honest, the people in the industry don't hate on AI as much. It's the blind parrots that have zero knowledge about any creative process or saying it's stealing artwork. Yeah. I would say a couple years ago, the professional artists in the game industry and stuff, they were pretty upset about Midjourney and all that. They were kind of, most I knew were collectively against it. And then now they're like, they've gotten a bunch of freelance work where people are like, I want this character, but it needs to be in this pose and needs this and that and this and that. And I can't, get this perfect list of what I want out of the AI. It struggles with a bunch of things. It struggles to not mangle fingers and stuff. So, I think now they're like, oh yeah, our jobs are safe, and if anything, we have a bunch of new work that people want, and they can communicate the gist of what they want better, without being super artistic. So I don't know, but I would agree with what you're saying, that generally the people that are hating on it the most, they don't have some kind of a goal or a vision where it benefits them. Right now it seems to shore people's weaknesses up. They have some kind of vision that encompasses, that's a super multidisciplinary thing that they want to try to accomplish. I feel like that's where it's benefiting people the most. They have a vision for something that requires multiple disciplines, and you're strong in one, and it's going to take you another 10, 20 years of your life to be strong in all the things that you need to be able to do it manually. Like making a video game. So for now, it's a really good stand-in thing to get your vision across to people. That might be something as multidisciplinary as making a movie, making a video game, I don't know, doing world building, building an entire software company, which takes, which somebody might know the programming, but they can't do the branding and the marketing and the social media scheduling and all that stuff. And they're using AI to help them with that. So yeah, that's my thought, is the people that feel like it's totally useless, they're that do creative, productive work, they probably just like mostly don't have any desire to do anything outside of their lane that they're an expert in. You know what I mean? That's kind of my thinking, probably, on that. So many people have no idea what AI is and how it works. There's no intelligence to it. Yeah. It's like a slot machine. We survived reality TV shows. I think we were good. We did survive Jersey Shore being the most popular TV show, like, in America for a while. It's almost worse than kids watching TikTok. Earliest recording of youths these days. Rance is like 3,000 years old. People hate change. Weren't drawing pads getting crazy hate when they first came out? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, going to digital art from paper and pencil and stuff, there was also a bunch of pushback. People felt like it was cheapened. The art was getting cheapened somehow by becoming digital. The issues I'm worried about is information, wealth, and political control being held by fewer and fewer hands. I want less businesses being in control of information, the ability to make change. Think about it like this. If AI keeps growing, more people will rely on it, then those who on the AI software have a hold over their ability to work, find info, and make new things. There are models out there you can run locally to create a 3D world with a single image for helping visualize level design. So many fun models out there you can run locally. Jiggy, I've been addicted to watching body cam police videos. It's better than Netflix. Oh my gosh. Alice, that is a valid concern, but we have a weird situation right now where every model that comes out, there's this process called distillation, and the Chinese companies can literally like clone the model and get like 80% as good, maybe even better. I'm not totally sure. Maybe some game dev would know. But they do this distillation process, and every time a new model comes out, they literally clone it within like a couple weeks, and then they make it open source for anybody to use. And the whole source code of Claude Code just got leaked recently, and a lot of people clone the architecture of that. So weirdly enough, that did seem like a valid, scary concern, like when things were first starting. But the way it's going right now is because of economics. If it gets if they ever make it too expensive at the big companies, there's a lot of resources people have to do open source models and run models locally and stuff, and get results that are very close to as good. So there's quite a bit of availability out there to run models without relying on the big companies. There's like more than I anticipated. I think there's a lot more optionality out there than anybody could have predicted when AI first started, and everyone had those concerns about it all being closed source. The best stuff is always going to be closed source because they have the profit incentive to drive the research and development. But it doesn't seem to be that far ahead of what everybody else gets to use in open source land. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a difference. So that's the good news right now. That's a good concern to have. And there's enough people that have that concern that's why we're in this situation where we have all these open source models, is because there's people that are concerned and doing something about it, you know? A lot more things to be honest. There are companies that are releasing open source models out there. NVIDIA releases one often. Google, Meta, and Microsoft release open source models. The Chinese models are actually being trained properly now. You can take a lot of the open source models and train them with data sets from Claude and ChatGPT. AI is loosening the grip on information gatekeeping the higher powers use. People who only watch the news and read the paper are being fed 95% propaganda and biased press. That is true. I kind of feel like that. I had this vague idea of maybe somehow outsourcing the load on the data center to users the same way Bitcoin mining works, maybe through crypto, but like rewarding users who provide their compute power with money. Okay, like a blockchain distributed token AI computing. I wonder if somebody's doing that. We are already at the point where frontier models are not advancing too much. They're just getting better agentic flows, better tooling behind the scenes to make them not hallucinate. Yeah, they're doing what's it? Neuromorphic symbolism. No, not morphic. Yeah, it is. Neuromorphic symbolism is what they're using. Increasingly, the models themselves are plateauing. Is what I feel like, at least. I'd agree with that. Halcyon, can't wait to see what quantum computing does to it in the future. Yeah, we'll see what quantum computing does. I was asking Grok yesterday about. So apparently we cannot get faster than light communication with quantum entanglement at all because of the no communication theorem. I was very curious about this. So we can't get faster than light communication with quantum, sadly. Apparently the main benefits we're going to get is like for quantum internet is extremely secure connections through quantum entanglement and distributed and scalable quantum computing. Multiple smaller distant quantum processors can be linked to function as one much larger virtual quantum computer. Applications include running complex simulations, pharmaceutical molecule modeling split across the company, or hybrid classical quantum algorithms at unprecedented scale. I don't quite understand like what it's going to solve yet. Oh, right here, this was it. Gravitational wave detection. Vastly improves sensitivity to space-time ripples. We'll have like a global quantum network measuring gravitational wave space-time ripples. How insane is that? Quantum clocks and time synchronization. Unmatched precision for global navigation, GPS, astronomy, and Earth observation. We'll get some really accurate clocks. Long baseline telescopes. Extending interferometry baselines for sharper imaging of distant objects. Quantum enhanced microscopy and imaging. Breaking classical limits in resolution for biology, material science, or medical diagnostics. I mean, all that's going to lead to insane stuff. We're not going to get zero ping MMO video games across planets. Sadly. That's what I wanted. That's the whole reason I was asking Grok about this. But we'll get some really sick microscopes and clocks and telescopes and space-time ripple detection. Then we'll know when all the aliens are showing up, like going backwards in time to show up here. Some data centers are being built to try to monetize these models. Training them does not take hundreds of data centers around the world. Squish forward, they started working on blockchain cloud computing years ago. You can rent out your computer to these blockchains. Alan Alice, my issue is we need to also rework a lot of the AI modules to be more eco-friendly and require less power. That's going to happen over time, hopefully, through just economics. Because whoever can offer their product, more of their product to someone for cheaper is going to win, you know? So I think there's an economic incentive there to constantly decrease the power usage per token. And I think photonic processors are going to also just make all computers take less power, which is sweet. The models out there all have the vectors in them that contain the ability to generate all of human knowledge. Problem is getting them to generate exactly what you want is still being figured out. Jiggy, I talked to a dude who has a PhD in AI development at a party 2 weeks ago, and he said that basically every company is losing money on providing AI services, and basically only Google has the budget to sustain it in the long run. So it could do a 180, and all these cheap AI services will become very unaffordable in a few years. That's true. But there's still a profit incentive to drive down token costs. Some game dev. Not everyone is a prompt engineer, so they have had to come up with better ways to decipher idiots typing in chats. All these cheap AI servers already have open source solutions you can run locally. Also, bit sticky question, information quality. Basically, a lot of the AI modules I see or interact with who are only going off what they can find easily on the internet, but their higher level information is not on the internet. That's interesting. Do you have an example where you ran into that issue? You can fine-tune a model with any data that you can throw into them. Huh. This one's pretty cool. Well, this is fun. It's been fun being the AI discussion corner of Twitch, because everybody on Twitch is, I heard in the other software and game dev channels on Twitch, everyone's like dealing with a lot of haters if they bring up AI at all in the chat. You always love learning new things, having access to all these models to show you're learning exponentially. Yes, dude. I think anyone that's loving AI right now is on that same page. They like learning a lot. It feels like you're taking off into the stratosphere. That's why I built a bunch of study guides with AI. Yeah. I'm gonna shout this out, you guys. I've got a computer science study guide if you're trying to get a basic overview with interactive diagrams and stuff on programming. And I've got one on AI as well on the website. Got a lot of learning tools on here. AI is the most divisive thing to grace our society in a long time, I think. Oh, there are too many haters, but like I said earlier, just a bunch of people parroting stuff. Feel bad for all the old people and all the gooners. Scammers are eating good these days. So there are different archives of information for different fields. For example, books on art, history, and scientific papers that are not kept online, but in archives across the world. Some people can get access to closed network software that keep digitized work. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Alan. Oh, that's cool. So there's some knowledge that is outside of the reach of the AI. you're saying. But you can't even find it online in the first place. It's interesting. You can always use that data and fine-tune a model, keep everything locked away behind closed doors. That's true. Yo, Axtrom UZ. What's up, dude? Over in YouTube land. Welcome. Jiggy, have you seen those fake AI girls getting millions of views on Instagram? No, but there's some nerdy dude behind that account making a bunch of money. Like you said, they're just scammers. It's the new scam. What's up, Brosuit? What's up, seasoned veteran? What are you cooking, man? You cooking food or watching movies tonight? Ain't nobody got time for Instagram. I have to go on Instagram. My electronic music community's on there. It's pretty fun. I like watching AI cats in Nikes do crazy dance moves. He's making hundreds of accounts. Dude is raking it in, I bet. Probably. It's probably like literally like a company in China. It's so tempting to scam gooners. 10 days? You love 10? It's a great number. Squish. I mean, I'll be real though. I think anyone that's doing that, it's still a lot of work. They're probably still putting in 40-hour work weeks to try to make the most amazing lineup of content for the AI women that they've fabricated on social media. I'm sure it's not just like they're phoning it in with 1 hour of work. I bet it's also like a dumb, stupid competitive market. And they're literally competing against a bunch of other sweaty nerds. And they're having to outwork all of them. I'm to be the in the top 1% in terms of like actually making a decent income. I'm sure it's not easy. Like literally nothing's easy. If it's something you can do on the internet for low cost, there's always like a million people also trying to do it to get rich. You know what I mean? That's my thinking. I bet you think it's easy, but I bet there's people that literally have devoted like 100-hour work weeks into figuring out how to make the perfect Instagram fake AI girlfriends. They're gonna outwork you.
Everyone keeps
What the hell? Oh my gosh, dude. Everyone's a cat on the internet. That old joke. No one's actually a human. YouTube is flooded with so many stolen and AI videos. They cannot keep up with it. I'm not surprised. They take the most popular TikTok dances and generate 50 girls doing the dance based on that video and get paid per view. Wow. I bet you can figure out a way to make it a 2-hour work week. You think so? Yeah, maybe it's just impossible to compete with seasoned Asian scammers. They could be anywhere in the world scamming people. So you take one video, then you generate 50 unbelievably high revenue. I mean, you want to figure out if you can go make money off that. Do some research, report back to us. Let us know if you're a millionaire. Like I said, I bet there's literally like anything you can think of that's like, oh, this is an easy thing to do on the internet to make money. It's never easy. Like drop shipping and all this stuff. So there's always some guy that's like the Mr. Beast of like anything that involves the internet, you know? Other issues I have is less about AI, more about people, weaponization, technology discovery, and wealth to disenfranchise groups, government, or ethics that often with any new tool or info with us push down or attack others to elevate themselves to the cost of others. I love science, but I am worried how those who have financial ambitions to abuse others. You cannot convince me the bulk of them aren't in India. Maybe. Not jumping into that rabbit hole, but I see accounts and they got millions. That's insane, dude. Well, like I said, it might be like looking at Megabonk and being like, look, they sold millions. All right, guys, what are we doing next? We gotta do some real work. Some real vibey work. Hey, can you look at the Lua core version of the game and find the UI elements for the item pickup notifications and see what we're missing? Because right now the item pickup notifications are working. They're using the zone announcement panel and animation, and that's not right. They're supposed to have their own thing that queues stuff up. Let me know if you can't find the Lua code. You came here almost to tell me about CMux? Oh, this is PS Mux. This is the PowerShell Windows version of TMux. Yeah, I'm using the Windows version of TMux. Example, say you do speed up your workflow. Now your boss asks you to double your output. Without increasing your pay or just firing you. Same money. Because now less works are needed because company's goal is less amount of work, more amount of profit. Yeah, sure. That's happening right now to a bunch of people. The only solution, because there's always going to be shitty companies taking advantage of their employees and not adjusting their pay relative to their work output and stuff and their actual value. Your options are increase your value so much that you're getting poached constantly by other companies. Like you have tons of other companies always trying to hit you up to steal you away from your job. And that's how you end up like escalating your value and the income you can command, like, and not put up with any bullshit like that, right? And that's what I see happen to all the good senior level plus engineers that I know. They literally always have people trying to poach them, no matter what job they're at. So, your colleagues use 96,000 in tokens so far. Workers might end up still being cheaper. Yeah, I think for a lot of use cases, we're going to find out they're cheaper when subsidies dry up. So that's one way. The other way is you figure out how to work for yourself, which I think more and more people are going to successfully do. I think the the success on the internet is going to become like more distributed. Is what it seems like is going to happen now. It feels like everybody's kind of collectively improving at figuring out a way to run their own independent businesses and have the AI help them manage all the marketing stuff and posting strategy and all of that to do all the marketing to sustain your own business. What about the rest of people? What are they supposed to do? I don't know, man. I feel like it's kind of always been this way, where if people are very passive about their career growth, they're just going to end up getting, they're going to end up working at bad places and like, I don't know. That's not always true. I don't know. Most people have the power to like leave and then find something better if that situation happens. And they should know that if they were carrying the company and they're doing critical core work at that company, you should just, I don't know, you should always be figuring out how to make it where if you leave, they're going to suffer a major financial setback by having to hire like 3 other people for the one person that left to try to scramble and figure out what you were doing, you know? They'll have to pay expensive contractors to pick up where you left off if you just literally walk. As far as software engineering stuff goes, that's kind of my thinking. Paid in relation to the need for what you do, your ability to do it, and the difficulty in replacing you. Yeah, it's the difficulty in replacing you. You got to figure out how to make yourself difficult to replace. And the people that don't work to do that, always end up getting taken advantage of, you know? But the like airhead CEOs that think AI can do everything and everybody needs to just be doing 10x the stuff, people just need to leave and be like, all right, well then you do it, and throw up their hands. Tell the CEO, all right, well just use the AI and just do all of it yourself then if you think that's what it can do. And there's a lot of people doing that. There's a lot of software engineers right now that are literally like, I'm just taking a year off. They're like, I'm not even going to go into the workforce for a year because this feels like bullshit, you know? And people are overhyping what it can do. Everyone on the internet have the same few customers. As an artist, only like 20% of artists make the majority of artwork online, and low percentage of that make big bucks doing that. I talked to a lot of people who work in the game industry, a few other industries. You have to have very high level work and output to even be considered. Well, yes. But part of that is because that's more of like a passion job. So the supply and demand is always unbalanced for entertainment industry jobs because people want the like, they want to do something that's fun. You know what I mean? That's, more fun all the time to do as a job, as opposed to being like, I don't know, a physicist or a mechanical engineer or something. Like very few people think that's a fun thing to do compared to people that want to be an artist. So art's not going to suddenly get more viable in the age of AI because the supply and demand is unbalanced. There's more supply of people that want to be artists. Art as a job is not a fun job. Then change jobs. I don't know. Because the people that are winning, that are making the big bucks, they don't feel that way. And that's why they can put more time in, you know? Cryptic Gaming. What's up, dude? I don't think there's anybody that's like making a lot of money off of art that doesn't think it's fun. Like they wouldn't even get to that point. Go indie AAA is dying. Well, that's part of the working for yourself thing. Nothing much, just chilling. It's my first time checking the tech side of Twitch. Oh, really? It's your first time ever on the software and game dev side? Watch your tech stuff on YouTube. Nice. They're pushed to pump out content. Crunch is a constant. You're given little type and little budget and expected to make magic, even in indie. You don't hear about thousands of indie games that flop and make no money. True. I've been a part of 3 indie games that have flopped and made no money. So I'm a part of the thousands that have flopped. I haven't seen the success ones yet. I haven't been a part of the successful ones at all yet. That same party I was at, I met a dude who worked at Meta making shit for that multiverse, and he got laid off, and he also said that working in AAA now is just torture. Oh, you think so? Apparently a lot of the Meta people went to Riot. Alan Alice, yeah, I don't know. The crunch stuff is like that. It's only for like art industries. I watched a video of a guy that's a director for anime. Dude, I don't know, man. If you don't think the crunch is fun, then it's like, how do people survive for 20 years and get to the point of being principal or director or something? I think the crunch is fun. I had to crunch a lot at my last job, and it's literally what I like live for, man. Like, I don't do anything but crunch. I don't know what it's like to not like work all day. Because that's how much I like making video games. I'm gonna crunch for the rest of my life till I'm like 90 years old, just like Picasso did on making paintings. This guy's an anime director. Okay, this guy's a 35-year-old director of an anime. Do I have hobbies? I make video games. I mean, that's it. There's so many aspects to making a video game. There's sound design. There's programming. There's the game design part. There's animation, you know? All that together is like, those are all hobbies to most people. You know what I mean? Making sounds and making music, doing programming. A lot of people consider those like hobbies. Crunch is your favorite candy bar? Crunches is hot. Yeah, man. Like, I work on stuff. The only thing I don't like doing right now is video editing YouTube videos. That's the thing I don't like doing that I have to do to try to like grow this community, you know, and try to be an indie dev. To be an indie dev, you have to edit YouTube videos. You know, that part sucks. Or Instagram videos or wherever you want to do your marketing, you know? That's the only part to me that's like a job, right? Everything else is like not a job. But yeah, the last place I worked at, man, I was working 80-hour weeks at least, like really often. All right, we got a ad break, you guys. We're on a Twitch ad break. So I'm going to pause the rant. Okay, we're back from the ads. Okay, so this guy is a director of an anime. He's 35, right? And to get to that role of making I'm just saying to make the big bucks, right? To not get stuck in the gutter where you're drawing icons, you know, or you're drawing textures forever, like you're saying. Because for sure, the first couple years that people have jobs as artists, they're stuck. They're working on WoW, and they're told they got to draw icons, you know, for like 3 years, 4 years. So the artists that I just got done working with at my last job, they were the main concept artists for a lot of the World of Warcraft expansions, okay? And yeah, their first like 4 years, they were at Blizzard, 3 or 4 years, they had to do a bunch of stuff, you know, that you would say is not fun, like drawing icons and stuff. Or like bark textures or something, right? Over and over again. But they liked that. They're like, yeah, I didn't mind, it was all right. But because they liked it enough and they like art that much, they stuck through those first 4 years. That kind of sucked, right? It sucks from an outside perspective, but from what they told me, they actually liked it. They didn't mind that phase of their career. But then after that, then they started becoming like concept artists for bigger and bigger things, and then getting to do the box art for World of Warcraft expansions, right? And doing all this crazy stuff. But when we're working at our indie studio, they're like 20 years into their career. They're working a ton of overtime. They're grinding, but they don't say, "Oh, this sucks. I have to do this." They wanted to do it because they like art that much. So to get to that point where they're basically like a director, like this guy goes into the work at 10 a.m. and he leaves the office at 2 a.m. like every weekday. And when he leaves the office at 2 a.m., the office is fucking full. It's like full of people. It's insane, dude. 1 a.m. Here he is at 1 a.m. doing storyboarding, and he's been in the office since 10 in the morning. And then he goes and asks his coworker to give him a ride home. They're all like, all these people are still in the office working on an anime TV show at 2 in the morning. Because they fucking love it, you know? Like, they're stoked. They're like, yeah, we're here pulling an all-nighter working on this anime, you know? Like, they're like, this is what I live for. This is what I was put on this planet to do. So, and they have stable jobs, right? At a big studio with 200 employees making an anime. So, I'm just telling you that people aren't stuck in the gutter, like, doing crappy stuff and being overworked and hating their life and hating their job setup, that really like it. They get out of that or whatever after a couple years, but they don't even view it as being bad when they're in that phase because they're this level of passionate. So this is how you get to a AAA job or something. Tons of people that are in the game industry are just like this. Like, we were like this. I worked till 2 a.m. in the office a bunch of times the last couple years. It's not an accident. It sounds to me that your activities choose to just put in a lot of hours working in. Sounds like it could be easy to take advantage of that need to constantly work. Yeah, it could. It could. If you're not... You can be taken advantage of in any job if you don't have good political skills and negotiation skills and, like, know how to navigate things and anticipate, like, what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I'm saying it's... Yes, there's bad employers, but also, like, employees have a you have a responsibility to yourself to figure out how to navigate leaving a job you don't like and finding a better one that fits what your life preferences are and stuff. Because there's quite a few options for any kind of industry most of the time. Right now, the game industry is kind of dire. There's some problems, but you love passionate people. There's a lot of slop out there, but oh my God, there's some amazing things being created with AI. That's true, man. Anyways, that's my rant about that, man. It's like, I'm just letting you know, the people that make big bucks in something, they don't feel like they were forced into working crazy hours unfairly. They voluntarily like live for that, and that's how they get to the point of making the big bucks in a highly competitive industry like art or video games or anime. You know what I mean? An artist I know, a Jay Axer, who worked at Blizzard as an art director, I'm talking about how he left the job to do the constant crunch and bad choices of higher-ups due to the constant crunch and bad choice of higher-ups. Well, he left. So he did the right thing then. He was in a bad situation, he didn't like it, and he left. But I'm sure at some point, he probably liked the crunch or something to even get to that point of being an art director. You don't become an art director by being like lazy, you know? And then maybe his life situation changed where he had kids or something like that and didn't want to do the crunch anymore, and it didn't fit his lifestyle anymore, his goals in life. It's like professional athletes, they breathe it. Yeah. He was a senior art director. Well, I don't know. People I just got done working with, we were voluntarily there like late because we like it. And we're reminiscing about all the other times we had to stay late for doing other work. You know, like when I was in college or when they were working on WoW or something. They look back on it fondly. Yeah, this was awesome. When I saw this in this anime studio, I was like, dude, I want to work there. Like being in the office with your coworkers at midnight or 2 a.m. working on art stuff, a video game, or in this case, an anime or something, is really cool. I don't know. It feels like magical. Like you're all you're all in it together, and you're part of this like secret club or something. Like, I don't know. I like these kinds of vibes, dude. It probably is true that at a bigger corporation, people are taking advantage of some. But again, they can always just like proactively choose to leave. All right. Interesting insight. You need to focus. All right, man. Good luck with figuring out if vibe coding works for you or not. Hey, the materials inventory is bleeding off the edge of the panel. It needs to be wrapped inside of a scroll box, similar to the scroll box in the deck editor. Where do you guys think we can find a tileable wood texture? Ew. These are real wood textures. I want like a stylized wood texture. Stylized. I don't think Midjourney can do this, can it? No, this is terrible. Oh, I need a, I'm trying to make a wood texture that's tileable. The background on the deck editor. The one on core was pretty good. I don't know if it makes sense for it to be wooden. I think it was just something that looked okay on core. How far am I from transferring all the main mechanics from core to the custom engine? I think honestly, like probably like 2 months. Just because I have to switch over to applying to jobs and stuff for like half of my time during June. And so like I canceled my subscriptions and stuff. And I think, well, I went down to the $20 version. And the other thing too is the other thing I'm gonna be doing during June is like the UI looks terrible, right? You know, like it's so bad I can't tell what's broken and what's not. Like with the UI here, like all these progress bars and stuff, none of this is hooked up yet. You know, so I can't tell like what's left to do here. So during the next couple weeks, I need to sort of like uncover what's left to do by polishing the UI and like setting up the NPCs and everything properly. So that's why I'm estimating 2 months, because I think like June I'm gonna like take a pause and like clean up the UI and structure everything a little more clearly. And then once I do that, I'll have a good inventory of like what I need to get the AI to fix when I like ramp my subscription back up in like July. So like July, I'll get the $100 sub again on either Codex or Claude. And because at that point, I'll have a really clear list of what the final pieces are. And then probably during July, we'll be able to knock out like the last couple pieces. That's sort of the timeline I think it'll be. What the fuck was that? Whoa. That was crazy. I don't know why the camera broke. That's kind of crazy. You need any help with anything? Sometimes I have some free time and I don't know what to do. Thanks, man. Not right now. What kind of stuff would you want to help on? I'm just curious, but UI or some models? Maybe, dude. We'll make the push for improving the art fidelity later down the road. It's usually like one of the last steps. But it's good to know, man. I'm very hesitant to let people help out with stuff just because of the legal side of it and stuff. In terms of, I have to be really, really certain about wanting to work with somebody long term to let them help with stuff generally. because that involves like, you know, some claim to a percentage of the income from the game, usually. Do you have any examples of UI work? Guys who page want to help out. Yo, thanks for the follow. Whoever that was. That looked like a RNG name and letter string from Kick. Damn, it's already almost 2 a.m. I have no idea if the VFX system even works in this game or not. How could we do this? Oh. Let's see. Yeah, Tuso, I was asking if you post some of your UI stuff in the art channel, I'd be curious to see it. That's something I'm on the fence about getting help with right now. I kind of feel like I want to push myself to figure out the UI as a nice, to make sure the style is like mine. You know, like the website, like all the UI in the Nuldrums game is going to look like the website, like this kind of thing, which is, it's a weird thing to do. This one's cool. I'm so curious. All right, I found this cool Photoshop tips video a little while ago, and he did this cool effect of dude, I feel you. I got one programmer who really wants to partner with me to make a game in Sandbox, but I kind of just want to do it all myself and have full control of vision. As you were doing it, yeah, it depends on the person and the situation. I don't really have game UI workshop. I can send you a recent project I'm on with guys who are building a browser vampire style type game, Katari Crypto. Yeah, dude. Wait. Do you have screenshots of the UI in that game? Did you do the UI for that? I might hire you for some prop modeling, man. I don't know. That might be something. I think Boom's gonna end up doing the character modeling because it's pretty complicated with the rigging and stuff. I don't know if Halcyon does prop modeling these days or not. But yeah, I care a lot about send me a DM. It was top secret. Okay, I won't show it. But prop modeling might be a gap that we don't have anyone to help with yet. So what are you doing on this game? This looks pretty cool. All the UI and animations, nice, dude. Do you know? So you're into doing all these gigs, working on crypto games. It sounds like. Do you know anyone that's succeeded? Like actually had a crypto game like do well, and they actually got paid for it from the token doing well or something after the game was made and launched? Because I haven't heard of a single crypto game that's kind of broken through to the mainstream yet. I have my own idea. I think crypto games can work. I just don't think I haven't seen anyone do it the way I think it should be done. Oh my god, look at that kick message. Wow, haha. Amazing. Look at that. Look at that bot. Wasn't there an FPS account? Yeah, was there? I think that the way to do crypto is it's literally Magic the Gathering. It's just literally the same as physical Magic the Gathering. That's it. In terms of the monetization. Not really. I know projects that made a lot of people a lot of money, but 90% of them die after that. People in the space come for money, not gaming. So the attention span is even lower. And after they lock in their profits, boom, everyone starts leaving. Oh, weird. Yeah, that is interesting. That's an interesting life cycle. Okay, I want to copy this for making a VFX trail. Fibers. Filter, render, fibers. All right, guys, I'm gonna be here for 30 more minutes, so maybe an hour. I'm gonna look for I'm gonna start seeing who's online, get an idea of who we can raid. Nice. I got so many friends now online. We got new people to raid when it gets late. Jedum, Chura, and August 16th are all streaming. Let's listen to our anime girl electro music for a little bit. Get out of the drum and bass mode. There's a game on Telegram called Citizen. Simple idle clicker, but it was really popular for a year. My friend invested 20K in it over a year and walked out with 200K when they launched their token, and he got his airdrop. Right now the game is dead because everyone got their bag and left. That's insane, dude. It's amazing. Filter, render, fibers. Bro, this song is banging, dude. This is amazing. This song's good. You like this Suno song? Yeah, I had a phase. I asked for... I call this anime trance. Is what I call this playlist. Oh my god, there's only like 12 songs in here? We need more. I'll see if I can try to make more of it. It was pretty tough to come up with these. Anime trance IDM. I asked for a lot of genre fusion to make this. Yeah. Some of it has vocals, some of it doesn't. I rotated between asking for Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. I haven't heard this one before. This one's cool too. Dude, yeah, this is sick. Whoa. That one was sick too. That was one of the weirder ones where I asked for halftime crossed with that song is sick. The one we're on right now, the previous one, they've all been pretty cool. We're gonna blow this playlist up to like 100 tracks also. I want more of this. Kintara, this one's doing kind of good. Let's see. Especially the previous one. Let's do it one more time. Can you make the previous? Yeah. The lyrics are always really stupid when you look them up. Like the other one was just about being left on red. Here you go. Maybe I should make a new Spotify account for this for this subgenre. This was kind of cool. It's about being like stuck in a virtual world. The lyrics for that are still unable to sleep. I drift through a sea of screens as if only my fingertips could change the world. Transparent dream circuit. My emotions sway and shimmer. Trembling to a slow rhythm. A vague self-introduction. I want to touch the disconnect button, and yet I still can't log out. Oh no, it's interesting. I don't know which one we're listening to now. Let's see if we can get some more music like this. So I just made a bunch that are set to instrumental and no lyrics. Now I'm gonna make a bunch with lyrics too. I'm going to add all these to the playlist so we can see which ones are good and which ones are bad. Cool switch up. Oh no, I forgot to ask it for a coherent outro on these. We'll see if we get anything whacked. Okay, I just added a ton to the playlist. Let's see if we get some more without vocals. That one's cool, but I want to listen to some more without vocals. All right, let's see if we can do what this guy did. Okay. Oh, Kintara, an isometric MMO where you play to earn, buy, and sell kins. 212 players online. Huh. Wait, how did this guy do this gradient so fast? This music is insane. This music is it's so hyper. It's so ridiculously hyper. It's kind of like leaning into Suno's strengths. I'm trying to see. I thought I had some on here that didn't have full like lyrics though. Like this. Nice. Oh, there's the loot. Oh, the loot showed up. But it's in the bottom left here. Who did the loot notifications?
잠잠한 오는 새벽 모니터 빛 속에 난 버퍼링 같은 하루 멈춘 프레임 속에 스탠바이 전자 요정의 신호 깜빡이는 나를 불러 깨진 화면 사이 춤춰 날 다시 부팅해줘
This one's in Korean.
지워지는 알림 쌓여가는 댓글 클릭 한 번에 번역 네 말투는 조금 그레이
What the heck? It kind of bangs. You like it? Yeah, I like it. This playlist just gets like kind of exhausting after a while sometimes, but it's really sick to dip into when I need to switch the vibes up. Here it is if you want to check it out anytime. We're doing a curation of it right now. So anything I find in this playlist as we listen to it on shuffle, if I'm like, man, that one's kind of annoying, I'm going to delete it from the list. But we're letting it just run right now. Let's see what we get. How much does it cost you? That story makes you want to make music? Aren't you going to get hated on, though, for using AI? Yo, it's crazy cheap. You pay $10 a month, and I can't even possibly use all the tokens. Like, I don't even know how many I have right now. I swear, you pay $10, and you can make, like, literally, like, 500 songs for $10 a month. I don't use anywhere near the credit amount. That's why I'm going so crazy today. And I'm like, this 100-song playlist is making 1,000 songs because it's just like endless how much music you can generate. This one, I like this one. This one's cool. It's like good working music because this one doesn't have vocals or lyrics. Whoa. Yo. This one's great. It's clean. Isekai Rudy. Yo, what a great name too for tuning into this. I think everybody here has ADHD. They wouldn't be able to tolerate this music otherwise. Is this looking like Airly? Let's see. This music makes me feel like I'm on a fucking mission to rocket through the stars one day. Become immortal and travel the galaxy. I can't see your image isn't working for some reason. Yeah, this shit is crazy, dude. I can't even work right now. Just rattling my brain. Wow. Good job, Suno. Good job. You're quite the musician, Suno. The link's scuffed? Seems like it. I approve of this. This is hilarious, dude. Is that what his legs really look like underneath the desk? Do you never see his legs on stream because he skips every leg day? That's amazing. Good job. That's the inside joke. He has like a super tall desk and a bar stool chair. So every time he gets up, he jumps down from his chair. Oh. Dude, why is he gaming sitting on a bar stool when he doesn't even have a green screen behind him? That's hilarious. That's the only reason I could see doing it is if you got a green screen. Funny. He's gonna flip out when you show him that. That'll be so funny, dude. All right, guys, we're on a whirlwind of a journey here at Suno. Let me actually try to get some work done. I'm just kind of at a loss right now. I'm like, maybe we should try the Sleep Demon game. I feel like we already listened to that one. Oh, Jiggy, I use your canvas now whenever I'm editing videos. But I don't use it per video. I use it purely for the soundboard that I'm developing of like all the meme sounds, you know, like bruh and like dong, like that sound effect, like all those classic meme sounds. That's like mainly what I pull up Jiggy Canvas for when I gotta go dragging all the classic meme sounds. So I don't dig around in the folder each time and just load up Jiggy Canvas. Okay, when I'm at a point like this where I feel like I don't know what to do, I think we need to already start doing the process I was talking about of like cleaning the UI up and a bunch of stuff so I can understand what I'm looking at. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. If I click this and then I try to... Whoops. I grabbed this prefab. Yeah, it's only dragging the parent. This one's frozen. It's actually cool that you're making V2 of the game. When we in Modus played the core version of it, you were talking about it. Nice, dude. Yeah, the original version was just... It just didn't have enough content. I couldn't make enough content fast enough as a solo dev in the timeline that I had. In the pre-AI era, I feel like you need like 4 years as a solo dev, mostly solo dev, to make all the content that you need. I wasn't like fully solo, right? I had Nuclear's help and Halcyon, and I contracted someone else to help. But for the programming, it was 90% of it I was on my own, and I just couldn't do enough. But now with AI, my hope and this engine that's like, you know, designed for AI to work really well with it. My hope is we can achieve the goal and the dream of like what the game should have been like by season 4 or 5, which is it only had 20 cards in the game. We need 100 cards in this version, but this is before it's ready for Steam, you know. So it needed 5 times the amount of cards. It needed like 10x the amount of enemies is what we're gonna shoot for. And people needed options when they were leveling. They were stuck fighting the same enemy in each specific level bracket in a linear order, and you had no choice in how you wanted to play and level in the game. Because I just like didn't have the speed, the time, the manpower to do it, you know. But that was something everybody was asking for was options with the enemies, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do that. So we're going to get like 10x the amount of enemy types, which would be cool. And then the other content it was missing was the mini games. It was very limited. There's only the one mini game when you're defending, where you move in the grid. And from the get-go, I'd planned on wanting like a bunch of offensive mini games, like how Paper Mario has, and now Clair Obscure. Some Chinese. So the other thing I'm hoping for is like 6 or 7 different mini games that you play, both offensively and defensively. Not just the grid mini game. I think all those things combined, which is all just pure content built on top of the core gameplay that's there, is gonna make it like a really good game. That was basically all it needed. It just needed what I built in core, which is basically the prototype, and it needed to scale up like 5 to 10x. Like, people ran out of stuff to do after about 50 hours in the game. They need to be able to play the game for 1,000 hours. Is MMO size Show World Social World? Kind of. I'm not doing dedicated servers this time around. That's the other lesson I've learned now, the hard way, is how much it really costs and how much manpower and effort it takes to maintain and run dedicated servers for a for like a mini MMO even, you know, with with Legacy and Eldegard. Like, I got to see firsthand, like, oh, we needed like 2 guys full time working on AWS crap. We needed like a whole